ask questions and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion of the Brat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show, and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going hard Bay, Register of Merit, down to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunt. Come interact with the legends and ask questions and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion of the Brat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show, and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going hard Bay, Register of Merit, down to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends and ask questions and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion of the Brat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show, and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going hard Bay, Register of Merit, down to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunt. Come interact with the legends and ask questions and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion of the Brat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show, and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going hard Bay, Register of Merit, down to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunt. Come interact with the legends and ask questions and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion of the Brat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show, and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going hard Bay, Register of Merit, down to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs.
What's up to the chat? What's up to the chat? What's up? What up to the Shark Tank? I see you, fam. Welcome everybody to Talk Shit Tuesday. Sharks, don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to participate in the poll. Temperature check. Shout out to my main man, Mr. William Torres. What up, man? My man Michael Forgood in the house. What up, fam? Yo, High Speed. What up, fam? My man, self-made Kennels in the house. What up, fam? 614 Tree. I see you, fam. Came in Sins in the house. What up, fam? My man Double M Desbo in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, Vinny. Yo, Vinny. What up, fam? My man, Michael McNeil. William McNeil in the house. What's up, fam? Michael Family LG. Schools in the house. What up, fam? Second time in the house. Welcome to the show, fam. Appreciate you showing up on this Talk Shit Tuesday, fam. As you notice, you see a whole lot of blue up in here. That blue represents the Shark Tank. In order to get that blue, all you got to do is show up. You done did that already. Second thing you got to do is participate in the chat. What I mean by participation, let me see how you swim amongst these sharks. Get in there, man. Got an opinion, put it out there. Jump right in there, say what you want to say. Opinions don't matter around here. You know what I'm saying? You're entitled to your opinion. Take advantage of that opinion, fam. Rich, what up, fam? Win, what up, fam? Yo, AJ, I see you, fam. My man, SBO Kennels in the house, what's up, fam? Shout out to my homeboy, my man, Select Rick in the house. What's up, fam? My man, Hunter the Lionheads in the house. What up, fam? The Amazing Property Solutions Group LLC up in the house. What up, fam? Another one of my homeboys, City Boy Kennels in the house representing. What up, fam? My man, T-Mac, what up, fam? My man Bulldogs in the house. What's up, fam? My man, Mr. Courtney Edwards in the house. What up, fam? My man, Eli Monsters in the house. What up, fam? Yo, Red Rum, what up, fam? My man Tony Montana's in the house. What up, fam? Anonymous in the house. What's up, fam? Cannon G. Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man Shades in the house. What up, fam? JSD in the Shark Tank tonight. What's up, fam? Kennels Combine in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, my brother from another mother, Mr. Jermaine Hunter in the house. What up, fam? The Asiatic soldiers in the Gila house. What's up, fam? Yo, Brian. What up, fam? Outlaw Texas Kennels in the house representing the Shark Tank tonight. What up, fam? King Solomon's in the house. What up, fam? Appreciate everybody coming out on this Tuesday night. Talk Shit Tuesday. Appreciate everybody in the Shark Tank showing up. What up, fam? Y'all don't forget to hit them like buttons. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. For all the new viewers, if you haven't already subscribed, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. To the Shark Tank and all the viewers out there, don't forget to participate in that poll. Don't forget to participate in the poll. Y'all know it's temperature check time. My man, Mr. Paris Brown in the house. What's up, fam? there. Gave us a lot of good feedback on our merchandising. I really appreciate everybody coming through. You know, let us know just how important it is. Makes it that much easier to get it out there to you. It's good to know when you can get out there and put it out there to the fellas. They jump out there and they respond. Let it be known. Let us know this works. It's worth it. Big shout out to my man, Badge 45, representing in the Shark Tank tonight. What's up, fam? Bad Batch, as you notice, you walk in the room and there's a whole lot of blue around here. You do not have to pay anything to get that blue, fam. That blue represents the Shark Tank. In order to be part of the Shark Tank, all you gotta do is two things. Show up, you've done that already. The second thing you gotta do is just participate in the chat. What I mean by participation, you know, let me see how you swim amongst these sharks. Dive in there. You got something to say, go ahead and say it. You got something you want to add to what's going on, go ahead and do it. That's the whole purpose of having that blue. Got an opinion, everybody's entitled to an opinion around here, don't matter. Voice your mind, don't cost you nothing. You do that, you will be getting that hardware. Don't forget to hit them like button, sharks. Don't forget to hit them like button, sharks. Appreciate everybody showing up tonight. Real interesting conversation. Y'all know we done talked about the Eli dogs, the yellow dogs, the Maydice dogs, the bull dogs, the Bolios. Y'all know the routine. But tonight, we're gonna talk about one that we haven't really talked about. Be a good conversation, and I know a lot of y'all are very familiar about the conversation we had tonight, so feel free to put your comments in the chat. For those who really want to be heard, all you got to do is hit that super chat. Again, doesn't matter how much, it's always going to be recognized around here. A good diamond was 99 cents. Your question, your response will always be recognized. Appreciate everybody who donates to the super chat and super stickers. Appreciate everybody who's been doing it from day one. Actually, it helps a lot about what we do right in here. That's why we're able to do some of the extra things we're trying to do around here. So don't ever think it's not going to be well appreciated, because it will always be appreciated. Shout out to my man Dreadlock in the house. What's up, fam? I see you, fam. My man friend is Cars in the house. What's up, Prince? My man representing 727, Mr. Jermaine Brown's in the house. What's up, fam? My man, Mr. Ron King in the house. What up, fam? Shout out to my man, Kennels in the house, representing Arkansas, Louisiana in the house. What up, fam? Shout out to my brothers, like real in the house. What's up, fam? My man, Peter Mac Jr. Alpha in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Walnut PA up in here. What's up, fam? probably know the outcome of Friday night fight between my man Tank Davis and my man GR.CH, you know what I'm saying? Didn't turn out like I wanted to. I was expecting a real good close one, man. You know, kind of make you think about some of them old time matches. You know what I'm saying? You expect a good one, it'd be a total blowout. Be like, damn, can't always believe the hype. Big disappointment, that's all I'm saying. Very disappointed. I definitely was looking for more contact with GR.CH. That right hand hook, man, it didn't happen for me, man. It was almost like, dang, man, you forget you was fighting shorter dude? Come on, son, bring it down, bring it down. Shout out to my man, Martinez Game Dogs in the house. What's up, fam? My man, PGH 412 in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, JD, what up, fam? My man. Flight 517 in the house, what's up, fam? Again, I wanna stress the fact that y'all gotta hit them like buttons. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. As y'all know, we've been working on this merchandising thing here. And we really want everybody to understand, look, you hit that email. I did tell you, Shark Tank members will be getting a discount. And I want you guys, before we really hit this thing big, go ahead and get, you know, some information in, get your pictures in so you can get your hoodie custom made. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole key to being able to put it out there, at least starting off to the Shark Tank. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get y'all guys first dibs, just in case I get ran over. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know the email is goinghardreloaded@gmail.com. Goinghardreloaded@gmail.com. Jump in there. Send us an email. Just open up that line of communication. Let's find out what you want. And we're going to work it from there. That way I don't have to be overwhelmed by a bunch of orders, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm trying to get it out to the Shark Tank now. Because anybody who show up, y'all probably y'all gonna probably understand where I'm coming from. I'm trying to give it out there to the Shark first because they're gonna have the discount. So I'm kind of trying to look and take care of the Shark Tank first because they're part of the show before I get tied up and dealing with other people catching on and trying to jump in. Appreciate the love to my homeboy 6143 coming in with the 10-piece with the salute GHK. Appreciate the love, fam. Way to get it started. All right, fam. Again, everybody who participates and donates to this channel, we've always said from day one that everything that comes to this channel goes back into this channel. Because our goal is try to produce and come up with enough to where we can get out behind this desk and get out here and do some live stuff. Get out here and create other things because we're trying to make this thing just a little bit bigger as far as the fraternity. That's why I spend a lot of time trying to spearhead this thing with the Shark Tank. Because a lot of them names in there are very familiar. I see them. Been seeing you guys since day one, and we really appreciate that. That's why I put so much time and effort in trying to make sure that the bigger we get, the bigger the Shark Tank gonna get, baby. We gonna need a bigger tank here in a minute. Yes, sir. Big shout out to my man James Jones in the house. What's up, fam? My man Green Team in the house. What up, fam? Q Mike Lee, I see you, fam. Participate in that poll. Participate in that poll. Y'all know anytime we do that poll, we got a temperature check. Want to see how they doing things these days. Want to see where your mind frame at when it comes to doing this thing right here. I see my man Viking. Yo, Viking. Can y'all hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. My man, Mr. David Morris in the house. What's up, Dave? Appreciate that, Mr. Prentice Car. Appreciate your love, fam. Good looking out, fam. What up, what's up, bam! Shark Tank, what's up, fam? Appreciate everybody showing up tonight. Appreciate everybody showing up tonight. I don't know how we be rocking it up in here. Got to get the party started all right. Coming in off the jump. Talk Shit Tuesday, gentlemen. It is Talk Shit Tuesday. Yeah, appreciate everybody showing up. Now it's time to get ready to show out. Before we get really good and started everything, y'all kind of see what the topic is going to be about tonight. You know what I'm saying? But the other thing is, you know, we're always going to do that temperature check when it comes down to the poll. Y'all got to excuse my voice. I've been going through this little sickness thing right here. I don't know. My throat been all kind of messed up. Lost my voice. Thank God I got it back, you know? So, excuse me if it sounds like it sounds a little crazy, but yeah. I don't know if it's the heat or whatever the situation. Sometimes when you get old, shit just come out of nowhere. Can't explain what the hell is going on, you know. But I'm gonna make it through it. But the importance of the poll, fellas. You know, in every show we try to have something gives us an idea of where, you know, everybody at on certain things. You know, we know our audience, the age of our audience. So we kind of like we're in the realm to get a little bit of the old school and a little bit of the new school. So when you combine that together, you know, you kind of get an idea of how things weigh in. Have much change, you know, and in a way based on the poll, yeah. Because if you notice on some of the polls kind of gives us a good idea of what's actually going on in American Pit Bull, fraternity. And that is important because, again, you want to not just address the old school, but the new school. Because some of the new school don't know what was going on in the old school. And then that you hear sometime from the old school, kind of crazy information. You know how that stuff be. It'd be all over the place. By the time it went from my day to this day, stories done changed so much that, sometimes we worry about the information that the new school was trying to get. Now, I know we got some of them new school bulldoggers in here that kind of be up on the game, kind of be like professional players and want to know all aspects of the game. So they put in that extra homework. The thing about the extra homework and everything that's out here, as far as history is concerned, history changes through conversation. All depends on who your mouthpiece is. So when we try to do things in here, we can only try to maintain the things that we know based on the things that we've done in our history and our past, and try to bring in that new school and still keep an understanding of the dogs are going to be dogs regardless. Times have changed. The situation based on the dog game has changed. But us as owners of these American Pit Bull Terriers, it's our responsibility to not let it get too far out of hand. So that's why we do our best to try to bring the old in with the new, because it's all about the correct information. See, like when we was coming up, I got to understand, we used to be newbies. Everybody had to be a newbie at some point. Y'all know how that worked. And so the information that you get all depended on who you was getting information from. And then that kind of information, you have to be able to take it, eat it up, do your research. Again, it was always important on any and everything that you do is do your research. Now, in the process of researching, there's a whole lot of stories. But my thing is, when you're getting out there trying to find an answer to something, some information, get a better understanding, that makes you more knowledgeable when you start talking to people of relevance. See, when you're dealing with people who are not speaking relevance, and when I say relevance, if you know and done your research, you know when you're being fed a bunch of BS. If you don't know something, anybody can tell you anything. I'm not a fan of just getting around and just telling people anything. Remember, I've been a contractor doing this type of work, what I do in life, for well over 30 years. I've taught air conditioning and heating for many years. Many guys, I've trained them. And the first thing that I do, the minute you walk in to learn anything, I shove a book in your face. Yeah. And I said, by the time I finish with you this week, or whatever I start out with, when I ask you a question, I want you to be able to answer my question like if I were to ask you what your name is. I say, what's your name? They say, John. I say, you see how fast you answered that question? If you do your homework and I ask you a question, that's how fast I want that answer to jump out your mouth. Because you know your name, and in order to do this job and survive under my training, you got to do your homework. And that's something that we push, being ex-Marines, we do not come up off that. And it doesn't matter how smart you are. We don't care how dumb you are. It's not about being smart or dumb. It's about understanding the job at hand, the task at hand. Not just understanding a part of it, but all of it. Because the more you learn, the further you go down, the harder things get. So when I get them all the way down to having to speak on ambient temperatures, you know what I'm saying? Static pressures. This stuff today, what that mean? What that mean? by the time I get them there to those technical and having to be able to go back and start doing their arithmetic, Mike, I was terrible in math. So was I. You know what I mean? But this is a part of the business that you're gonna have to learn. So everything that I talked back in here, that I was asking you that question and you could spit it out your brain, by the time I get up here, it's gonna be easier for me to get you to understand. Y'all notice how we have done these videos. Go back and start at the yard. The yard pretty much set up everything that we have done up to this point. Everything. And so for all the newbies and anybody, you know, some of you people who are just jumping in here, you haven't really had a real good understanding because you're coming into a middle of a situation. A lot of these guys in the Shark Tank been here from day one. That's why we always stress, and I will always stress, this is almost like not just a podcast to just be sitting here talking. We are actually doing this for a purpose. We are documenting, giving people something that they can follow and do your research on and see firsthand based on the things that we have learned and things that we have experienced in the game. That's it. Everybody has their different stories. Everybody has, you know, their different experiences. But you have to be able to take the information that you hear and use it to where it's going to help you. And that's why we look to this Shark Tank to do what it do. Because there's a whole lot more experience of young and new in there. There's students who's trying to learn. And there's a lot of dogmen who have already done a lot of the things that we're talking about, that they clearly understand. And with their help and these videos, they will make you a better dog man, a better dog owner. Because all it is trying to be able to maintain something that has been around long before we started doing this. So with all the podcasts and everybody out there to talk dog and all the information out there, we're just going to be a little bit different simply because we are doing this for a purpose. There's meaning behind why we do what we do. Because we're still trying to keep our fingers on the pulse of this game. Because again, when we came up, we had our mentors. Everybody has to have a mentor. Okay, somebody that you got to kind of like believe in, or somebody that's worthy of taking that information and using it. Because there's nothing prouder for me when I'm training people. You know, and I've trained a lot of people who have went on and started their own business or out here working big government jobs. And they still look back and say, dang, twin, you remember this? Remember when I first came in, I couldn't even wire up a thermostat. Twin, you remember when I wired up that system and they burned up the electricity, damn near burnt the house down? Yeah, I remember all the things that I went through in the process of trying to get guys to be better at what they did, all the way to the point, yeah, there's always mistakes to come in everything you do when you're learning. I am never going to sit here, and I know my brother is not going to sit here and tell you that we were perfect and we didn't make mistakes. We actually tried to tell you the mistakes that we made along the way. Because we're trying to show you and get across to you all the things that you can run into before you have to run into them. Like, fellas, how many of y'all put cameras up? You know, there's a purpose to why we say put the cameras up. There was a reason why we talk about living within a disclaimer. These might be little things to a lot of people, but major things to a newbie. Because they have to first understand why we're telling you to put a camera up. What does it mean for when we say live within a disclaimer? As us telling the story and the knowledge that's in the Shark Tank, them two things together helps this channel move forward. And I'm pretty sure, and I've heard it plenty of times, fellas, trust me, plenty of times on the back street, through phone calls, through text messages, through emails, people reach out and they show their appreciation, and they also ask questions, and they also look forward to Tuesdays and Friday nights. So when I can see that we're heading in that direction, it makes us more eager to keep moving forward till we get to where we're trying to get to. Well, you know, we've said this from day one, is to be able to get out from behind this decks and get out there amongst you guys. We don't walk around and show you with our yards. We don't have big yards anymore. We're not looking to have a big yard. What we're trying to do is maintain the quality of the fraternity, the quality, not the quantity, the quality. Because again, like I said, as an ex-Marine, it's the smallest force of the branches of the service. The smallest branch, the few, but the proud, the most deadliest. They in every embassy, they guard the president. They're in every boat, ship that goes out here, and they're the first ones to go in and the last ones to come out. That's our attitude, and that's the way we attack this game. We weren't just trying to be good. We were trying to be the best that we can be. Our dogs are meant to be the best that they can be. That means we don't be messing around. When we go into it, we all in it. Just like this show, when we go into it, we all in it. We want you guys to be able to take that feeling and apply it, because it will make you a better dog man, a better fraternity member, and still be able to maintain the honesty, the integrity, and the fraternity, and all the other good things that come with it. Because everybody has a future. See, our future gets dim the older we get. You know, we're already dealing with health problems. So you're already dealing with that. You're trying to get a whole bunch in, trying to make sure that if I don't get but one person or two people, just like me training guys, not everybody's going to make it through my school. Everybody don't make it, fellas. But the ones who refuse to give up, the ones that actually do put in that work, the ones that actually take the time and be willing to jump out there. Because I don't need employees to stick around me for 25 years. As an employee here, you're only going to be here 5 years. That's your limit. 5 years. And in that 5-year time period, I don't look for you to go be working for nobody. I look for you and I set you up in a position that you be able to go out and get your contractor's license, pass that test, and do what I did. Because what's the purpose? I'm not training you to go out and work for somebody else. I'm training you to go out there and be your own boss. Because it's possible. Same thing with this show here. We're not training you to be like us. We're training you to be better than us. And that's what matters in this game. And that's what matters in this Shark Tank. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's important, because I'm not going to ever back off the fact of why we do this. It is actually being done with a purpose. So for everybody who donates to that cause, trust me when I tell you, our plan still has never changed. And we're still going to keep striving until we get there. And it's on our bucket list. One day we're going to get there, and we're going to have just one event. I wouldn't care if God just give me enough time to live to see one event where I have everybody in the same place and we enjoying ourselves like the old, cookouts, the old pig pickings. Everybody just sitting around, and you can put names to them faces, and we can all stand together, take pictures, and talk dogs. That is very important to us. And the only way we're going to get that done is we got to keep doing what we're doing, and we got to keep getting the support from Shark Tank and all the other viewers, and understand that, hey, unlike everybody else, we are doing it for a purpose. And that purpose is not going to change. And for those who have not seen all the videos starting at number 1, the yard, going hard kennels. And it's the yard. You start there and work your way up. It is no way in the world, if you paid attention to everything that was said and follow along and look at some of the pedigrees in the chat, how are you going to watch the video and not really be paying some type of attention to what was going on in the chat? some of them pedigrees. That gives you an idea of what's out here. The chat gives you a whole lot of information that goes along with the conversation. You see, that's what's important when you talk about gathering up a whole bunch of information, because it's all right there. And if you can just start right there at the yard and work your way up, and I know it's been a year, but it's good listening. It's good entertainment. And if some of y'all have already picked up, you know, a lot of people ask us about the keep, but if you have followed along in the video, you will primarily know everything about our keep except for two things. Two things that you haven't probably heard. That's how we use the steroids and what we fed our dogs during that time keep period. Everything else is in there. Everything. And if you pay attention closely, you wouldn't be asking us how our keep was, because common sense will take over, because I'm pretty sure everybody feeds their dogs every day. Everybody understands the importance of what you put in your own damn body. Has a whole lot to do with how your body's going to perform. The thing is, what you trying to perform? You know, when you're putting anything into your body, it's going to be based on what you're doing. Whether you're a baseball player, football player, track star, boxer, when you're putting yourself in shape, gentlemen, ladies, there is a process. That process consists on what goes in your body to help you perform to peak performance. Now, we have told you everything else, and this is not your first time hearing us say this part right here. That's why we don't say it, because at some point common sense has to kick in, and you're going to have to relate exactly what was said. Trust me. If you can take that information and you have done your research, you wouldn't be asking us about the keep. I've definitely made it clear that, hey, if I paid attention, the keep is out there. There's only two things that you haven't heard. Y'all know we use steroids, y'all just don't know how. You know we gotta feed the dog, y'all just don't know what. Now think about that. If you had to fill in them two things, knowing how we condition and re-prep our dogs back in that time period, what we put them through, why we say the certain, because you should already know what kind of dogs we use. You should know, like just watching the videos, looking at them. I'm not making this up. It's out there already. It's our past. And then we can do to change that back there. But we can tell you why we did what we did and what we was doing when we did it, what we was expecting based on what we did. They're out there. There's a whole lot of answers right there. And the performance speaks for itself. We don't have to sit here and try to be Earl Tudor or, Maurice Carver or Don Mayfield or nobody else. But you can best believe we took a little bit from everybody and all of them people that we sit there and talk about, and we implemented it into our program, and based on what we use and how we did it, because we did believe in research. We did believe in getting out there and seeing what worked. Not letting nobody tell us what worked, but actually getting out there seeing what worked. Y'all see us on these videos? Y'all see coming out the horse's mouth? Ain't talking to anybody who just said they wish they could do it. No, we just actually did it. It wasn't trying to be famous or anything else. I'm pretty sure it didn't have nothing to do with none of that. It was about trying to have the best and didn't have to talk about it. We're going to be about it. Let's get it done. Let's do it. And when you playing the game and you're trying to be a part of the pros, y'all know there's a difference between playing college football and playing professional football. Look how many people don't make it coming out of college and can't get in the pros. Now, which one you trying to be? You want them going to be trying to get in? Or you going to be one of them who got in and trying to maintain and keep that stamina, keep that profession as long as you possibly can? Take that approach. Then you understand why we thought the way we thought and why we did what we did. Because it's all a part of a process. We speak about the formula. Why you think that we're going to change that after all the videos? You think we're going to change what the formula look like? We're not changing nothing that we have already done. Can't. It's already been done. But we can show you the success that came with that formula. And that formula is not just in what we did. We can prove that it was a formula to everything that the successful people who were playing in the pros. This is what they're doing. You're going to notice we all had something in common. It didn't all have to look alike. But it was all done with a purpose. And when they were all on the same page and all of them had the different process of creating the formula. Didn't say everybody had the same formula. Because if you have looked, the formulas might have looked alike. But they all had them certain things in common. And I don't have to keep going back over that, because if you have been watching the videos, and if you hadn't, go back and understand what we mean by the formula, you'll be understand what I just said means. That common thing that you're going to keep seeing. And if you're trying to be successful and play in the pros, that was the format set out not by us. We just figured it out, created our own, and we rode with it. But we didn't change too much along the way as far as how we were going to get to where we're getting. In my lifetime, I'm 62 years old. I have been doing my job from the time I was 6 years old. My father taught us our trade. And my father was a teacher. I mean, a contractor, but he was a teacher who taught air conditioning, heating, and refrigeration. Built many freezers, many buildings, many houses, many things along the way. My father had a certain way of making sure that us as his sons was better than everybody else. Because we were more like, our knowledge, was based off of what he taught us. And how much we were supposed to be better because of who taught us what to do. And he never got to the point to where he said, I don't want y'all to be like me. He was always, I want y'all to be better than me. And guess what? It worked. Because that field, trying to be better than my dad, is why I hold as many licenses and titles as I have. And I don't have to worry about, I never did have to worry about getting fired from no job. I talked the way I want to talk, and I ran shit the way I wanted it to be ran. But it all started somewhere. And that's how you have to do your yard. Your yard is your business. Your dogs are your product. Your product reflects your business. You got shitty product, then you're going to be doing shitty business. So take this conversation, and y'all know my position. For those who don't know my position, I'm twin one. I am the second of Going Hard Kennels Reloaded. Anybody don't know what the second means, just go back to the video. Find it. The job of a second. And you understand that role. And that's why I talk to you guys, because I'm the business side of any and everything that we do. I understand my point, what I have to give to y'all. That's why I speak so directly to you. Don't hear me talking much about the dogs. I let Mo do that. What I am saying to you is based off of how to handle the business. Because even though it was recreation to us, we didn't look for this to take care of us, but it was something that we did and we love to do. So if you're going to love to do it, why not love it to the point to where, you're putting your time and effort, your money. Sometimes the dog's over the family. Were they part of the family? That's a big damn commitment that anybody who has these dogs should already understand what I'm saying without me having to dive in there and try to get down in the detail of what that actually feels like. I think you should already know what that feels like. You know what I'm saying? Without having to go into detail about the little things that you're hearing. I know my audience is consisted of people over 18 years old. So that means I'm talking to nothing but adults, grown folk. No matter if you're just 18, 19, 20 years old, you're still an adult. If you got bulldogs in the yard, you're in the right place, because guess what? You're like a baby learning how to walk in a game full of nothing but sharks. You know what I mean? So why not try to learn from the best and with the help of everything around you? That is my opening for today. And that is what I'm trying to give to all the viewers, to all my people in the Shark Tank, so y'all understand why it is important that y'all handle that Shark Tank and the comments and what goes on in the Shark Tank, you know, with the same plan of helping, unity, togetherness, honor, respect. It starts right there. You know, and I'm sorry, because again, fellas, if y'all can't handle that, you know what I mean? It's not like this thing takes care of us. It's not meant to take care of us. It's meant to take care of everybody who wants to come in here and sit down and learn something, or contribute to something, or try to be a part of something. All that other madness don't mean nothing. And even though I might sit back and just watch it happen, I'm still dealing with grown folks that have hardware, that have the right to speak how they want to speak, as long as you stand within the realm of the respect, the honor, the integrity. Because there's a whole lot of people out there watching. If y'all don't want to believe me, just go back and look at our numbers. Yeah, we don't have 1 million followers, but you gotta remember, this is a pit bull fraternity right here. Y'all see our faces. We get right out here and come right directly at you. And we show up to show out. We tell y'all, show up and let's show out. But this is why we're supposed to keep it within the realm of, we are all trying to get to a certain standard of respect, integrity, and honor, and create a fraternity that is just as strong on the outside as it should be on the inside. That's why we're always talking about, it's the outside that is the strongest. Put all the guppies and the ones who don't know no better in the middle, and we protect them. Can't protect the middle if you got the outside ring acting crazy. So that's why they'll always say, hey fellas, what's wrong with hitting the like button and knowing damn well it don't cost nothing? What's wrong with that? What is so hard about that? And I'm talking to grown folks. Like, I know there's a reason why I tell people to hit the like button. You know, first of all, it's a YouTube thing. But second of all, when you're trying to get to a certain point and get everybody on the same page, and we all know we run into each other on different pages. If y'all were to take for the 100 and some people that watch this video in the Shark Tank, and we all go in other places, and we just make it a point to just hit that like button, you just helped that person that you was in their room where we meeting up at anyway. You just helped them, and it didn't cost you nothing. Why can't you do something that's so simple and it don't cost you nothing, but yet you'll show up? That don't make sense to me. Because what is the reason why you show up to the show then? To sit back and listen? To get in there and talk junk, but you can't do nothing as simple as hitting a like button? It's not supposed to be that hard, because it's the little things you do to carry the biggest weight. And as grown people, not knowing what you do in life and how you make a living, it don't matter to me. But I think as grown people, there's certain things that we should know about and understand. And I know grown people don't like to be told nothing. But I'm 62 years old and I'm sitting in front of a camera, me and my brother, and we talk dogs. And ain't nobody making us do it, and we don't never feel like we have to do it. And we go back and forth and we have open conversations with any and everybody. But it's the simple things that I don't feel like I need to conversate about, like hitting a like button. That don't cost nobody nothing. How about doing that just out of respect? Because that's the easiest way you can do anything. And for the people who actually go in their pockets and hit that donation button and donate to that cause, I can guarantee you anybody who can do that don't have no problem hitting that damn like button. It's the ones that sit back and always have something else to say, always trying to get something for nothing. And them kind of people that I can just imagine how your life is. I can just imagine how you take care of your business. Those are the people, I don't judge nobody, but it's the little things that you do in life that, you know, people judge your character on. We're always going to be judged. But one thing about judging people, and based on the kind of work that I do, you can look at me and think what you want to think. But when it comes down to doing the work, I don't have to say nothing. Because in the end, I'm going to have my money and I'm going to be off to the next job with a happy customer. That's job done. That's how you making your living. You should be pretty much in the same position I am, that I've lived over 60-some years, 7 kids, family. I'm at an old age now. I got heart problems. But yet I'm still sitting here. My way of thinking has never changed. That is what we need to carry with us as we keep performing what we do. Because in this channel right here, we got a purpose. We got a plan. We want to take everybody for a ride to accomplish that plan until the day we die. Are y'all going to be down with it? Y'all going to take a ride with us? Then get on the bandwagon and do what it takes to get there. And if you haven't seen all the other videos, you're missing so much. So that's just like you jumping on the train midway. You done missed the majority of what you needed to know. But that's okay, because the videos ain't never going to come down until we take them down. And I don't think, you know, we plan on taking them down no time soon. Hopefully we be dead and gone and they still be out there. Hopefully one day that time come, today everybody be like, dang, them boys should have wrote a book. Why you need a book and you got the videos? What's better than the video? You hear it coming right out their mouth. Come on. That's where I'm at with this conversation today. I need everybody to step up, show out, show your appreciation. Hit the like button. If you haven't already subscribed, hit that subscribe button. For all the people who donate to the channel, special shout out to you. Appreciate the love. Just keep doing what you're doing, because it's going to always be appreciated. Mo, you ready to do this, bro? I'm going to turn this over to Mo. You fixing to put this down. We had a serious conversation that got us to this point. And then always my man, Mr. Dickie Foster. Again, some people just be them long-time supporters coming in with the 2-piece, and he just said, for $2, he donated to the channel just to tell y'all to hit the damn like button. Because he know with that super chat, it's going to be addressed. And I appreciate that, Mr. Dickie Foster, because again, he's another one of those long-time supporters. We got a couple of them in here. And all I want y'all to do is be able to understand why they do what they do and find it in your heart to just be like them. Because I'm talking to grown people up in here. And anytime you donate to anything because you feel it in your heart, you're trying to be a part of it, to do. There's nothing in this room that we ever ask y'all to do but respect each other, honor each other, stay true to the fraternity, and all of that kind of stuff right there. For donating to the channel, we look for y'all to do that from your hearts. Got it, Mo? Let's do it. That's it. What up? What's up, y'all? Okay. Thank y'all for coming out on Talk Shit Tuesday. We still got a mic. Back up, Mike. I'm trying to tell you. Just try it. Mic check 1. Facts. Looks like a play. See? Mic check 1, 2. Thumbs up, everybody. If I can hear me now. I can hear me. Quick thumbs up. Like somebody throw some thumbs up there. I can know what's going on. All right, get started. What are we talking about today? What are we talking about? Hey, thank y'all for coming out, everybody. You know, Mike. You know, Mike. We be having conversations like CNN and Fox. You know, because we have a lot of guys out there who actually be getting in touch with us, and I enjoy talking to them. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of stuff has a lot to do with those videos. And I do shout out to those people who be letting me know, you know, they make this comment. The ones who know, they'll say twin. You know, people don't be catching on, but I caught on because there's a lot of information in those videos. If people really want to know how to put a dog in keep, you have gave them more than half of your keep. Way more. They know how, if they can take with the information you gave them and just put some common sense to them, you done basically told them to keep. Because I mean, but two things is I know you ain't done. And this is a person I, you know, a few of you guys know what I haven't given you. And that's how to feed, what to feed, and how to use the roids. Everything else you will find in the video. Those videos will tell you everything else. And if you understand common sense, especially you buff guys, you know, you big motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? You know the ones wants to be, you know, all that right there, you should have all the answers. Guys that work out, guys that have tried roids, used roids, and there's a few of us in the game, you know. That's the way in if you understand what roids do. If you understand what roids do, if you choose to use roids. You know what I'm saying? And that goes for any kind of competition. I guarantee when you take them and run them on the wall, ain't nobody asking if you got your dog on steroids. Your dog on a treadmill race, zooming down that mud like 90 going north. Nobody gonna ask you if your dog on roids. Or he's standing in that confirmation looking like Lou Ferrigno. Can't get no tighter than the dog on roids. And that's for real. Say what you want. If it didn't matter, they would allow them bodybuilding. Remember, bodybuilding in itself has to be natural. Can't use roids in bodybuilding. They test hard for roids. Any kind of drug that enhances, if it ain't natural. So if you're talking about a big bulky person that's using roids, there's a reason why he can't do it in professional bodybuilding, because that's cheating.
he's getting advantage because he's going to look bigger. It's an advantage. So again, learn how to put your dog in keep. Naturally, you'll learn how to put your dog with roar. This is what I always tell you guys. Every guy in here that got me on the back street and came to me and asked, they all say, well, one that thing about it, he ain't no funny man. He'll tell you like it is. And every one of them hear that same line. They'll tell you that's the same line he used on me. Same line he used on me. I want to make great dog men out of you. I told you. I'm only telling you what I did. You can appreciate what I did, but I ain't lied to you yet. I make mistakes, but I don't lie. I don't have to. I'm going to tell you something that can't be changed. You know, I can't stop people from digging into my world. I open it up to you to go find out, but Ben, you done found out. Now that you know, that's the thing. I shouldn't have to deal with no back and forth on something that's part of the past. And just remember, man, this is a going hard house. And we have a fish tank that got sharks in it. Don't forget the house. Fish tank. Don't forget who house this is. All right? That's the only thing I got to say on, you know, my brother puts a lot into y'all. And for as many sharks we got, you know, Shark Tank, you know what I'm saying? If I was handling my dogs, you know, I can tell you like this. I got some bad dogs, but I can put them on his fingers right there. Give you 10. And I say 5 bad dogs, I'm talking about grand champion material. Guys that really get it. And that's for real. Guys that really get it when it comes to this channel. You know, I can count 5. And that's because they want to see it move on. They definitely contribute. If it don't be for those particular 5s, you know what I'm saying? A lot of this stuff wouldn't be coming up. Because we take what we get and we make it happen for this channel. And, you know, when you get more of you guys to get it, and a lot of y'all tell me, Twin, they ain't getting it. When I start getting a lot of calls and people starting to feel confident and start saying, Twin, I think they getting it. Because the only way I'm gonna ever understand how you getting it is when you're willing to step up and do. You know, a lot of people don't know LeBron James's hometown story. Now, I'm from the same city that he talks about, and he talks about people like me. And it relates to just like me sitting down here telling you what I did and the people that I met and you know, the life that it brought me to at 62 years old with a failing heart right now. I can reflect and have a lot to be proud of. You know, even in my dark side world of these dogs. One thing that got me over, bro, to all y'all, you have to be able to bring the families together. See, if I can bring y'all together and build that net and really build it where, you know, we control. I have to teach you where we can control. I have to do the bad so you guys can get it right and come back doing it the right way. We paying for y'all. The 90s and 2000s, there was a lot of paths being paved, you know? But we wasn't strong enough because everybody was in that mode that when they started taking people down, then when the outside start falling apart, we ain't really have a backup plan. There is no inside. Remember, when the outside gets crushed, then we have the youngs who have been around long enough to develop, and that's why it's not gone. That's why we can sit here and look at nice pedigrees, but at the same time, I don't swim with that line of fish. not the school that I'm in. I'm part of that outside that took a hit and still come back and still giving all I got left of this to make sure that that inside has its role understood, because sooner or later you're going to be the outside. And if we can't get that right inside this room, knowing that we are Marines, and really we, you know, I think I've been real cool, because you already see we didn't have to go back and forth with nobody. Those who know this show, know me and Mike, and know how we can get, and know the Shark Tank and how they can sit there and tell you it's the wrong thing to do when you get caught doing it. They know how to eat you like a shark does when you throw chum in the water. Because we're going to give them chum when you come dealing in our house. I don't care about your problems. Just don't bring them in my house. That's where we at now. And I hope Mike made that part clear. You know, we don't have nobody bothering us. But we definitely see a lot of disrespect, because it's like y'all missing the fact that y'all are a Shark Tank in our house. And outside of that school of fish should be some badasses. It's been around. You know what I'm saying? Can't let the Shark Tank get away and get out of control like it's getting, because what y'all bringing into my house. Okay? Y'all want to look at the poll? What's the poll, man?
Poll consists of how many generations should you go with no success before you change up on an American Pit Bull Terrier breeding program. We have 72% for 2 generations. We have 20% on 3 generations. We have 7% on 4 generations and 1% on 5 generations.
Okay. Now, when we discuss this, we're going to do this in a historical hypothesis, okay? Because we have to go there. Remember, everything we do is on the historical and entertainment. So hypothetically, we're going to play with this as a now, okay? Hypothetically. So everything that we talk about, let's make it clear. Did anybody give up the disclaimer? Let's get into the disclaimer. Let's get down into this, y'all. And let's keep it real, all right? We're going to have some real shit to say about this, okay? So y'all start cracking up and get ready to start laughing. But we got to make sure that we all understand. I'm not talking about your yards. I'm not talking about your dogs. I'm not going to be talking about how you're breeding and shit. I'm just giving, everything is hypothetical. Jump into my hypothetical world and follow me. Okay? Don't put your shield up. No need for your shield. No need to guard the shit. But follow me. Because if you just so happen to follow me and you fall off in that category, don't have no shield blocking. You said you don't want to see it. No, if you fall in that category, look, you don't have to worry. I just want to make sure you guys can see it, because y'all see what the poll is doing. Okay? Said 74% said 2 generations. 72%, 2 generations. Come on, guys. You're not giving, the 2, come on. Let me just pull up a pedigree. Somebody send me a pedigree. I don't care whose pedigree is. It don't even have to be your own. But I just want to show you what I'm talking about. Somebody send me a pedigree, and I'll put a pedigree up. And this ain't, it can be make it a great dog. I don't talk about irrelevant dogs. So it needs to be a champion or a grand champion. Because it ain't that, or register and merit. Because, I only talk about relevant dogs. Because relevant dogs, we can break down, what I tell you about most great dogs, most good dogs, they have a formula. We have been doing this for over a year, and we go in these pedigrees. I have proven that fact. Now that we are running on low supply, on hypothetically, we're talking about my time and your time. So let's start there. I want everybody to get that. So when I said, you know, to diminish, we done lost a couple lines. We done lost some very major lines. Has gone. And those who still lingering on to them, who has had those lines, you can tell these days that, hey, y'all totally wrong at 2. You ain't giving them a chance at 2. Because at the time at 2, remember, a lot of the great lines that got tanked, the only ones that's really left was the people who was doing the sitting on and just breeding their own shit. I mean, it'd be double bread off the great shit. And it might be 2 generations, but they weren't part of the nucleus that made the dogs great. Because the nucleus, what made the dogs great, was the show and tell. The show, period. So when we say this 2, and we're not talking about the 1990s and the 2000s, no. We're talking about this, the whole thing hypothetically. If you're losing it, and there's trickles of everything out there, it's just who still got it. Okay. Okay, hold on, let me get it up here. And y'all gonna see what I'm talking about. You got some more things to think about. This is what choke. I go jumping into the buck line. You know, I done did the Boils, the Eli, but y'all know I even did some of that yellow. I ain't really getting depth in the yellow. Cause I'm up there around the top now. You know, you can't get away from Jeep. Every damn thing you turn around got some Jeep in it. I mean, we done done enough videos and bloodlines, and you gotta have those top 5 dogs. Okay, hold on, Mike. Fine. What I like about my people, when we start talking about pedigree, they be quick. Twins say pedigrees because they like doing pedigrees with me. Okay. 4-2. Okay, y'all, let's see what we got here. All right now. Now, see, this is just a pedigree. This is a good example. I guess that's Preacher to Hazel. Okay, hypothetically 2-time winner. 2-time winner Preacher to Hazel. Preacher's a 2-time winner. So let's go back. Let's hit the concentrate right now. Remember? We're looking into the pedigree. So this part right here is excommunicado. He's not even part of the conversation, but because he is a 2-time winner. So everything back here, as we can tell, see, because we got a champion right here. We miss right here. We miss right here. And bang. Y'all said 2. Keeping in mind, if he don't be here, then the pressure is going to be on this dog. You see what I'm saying? Y'all, we had two right here. Now, what would have happened if he hadn't showed up and did nothing? Especially after breeding the hunter. The pressure is on this dog right here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. By the time you get to this one right here, and you're sitting on this a savior right here, this dog is the deciding factor in whether I'm going to get rid of all this shit. This dog right here, if this had been just another one of these, or this, with a whole bunch of this, I'll take the 2-time winner. You see what I'm saying? He saved the pedigree. But if he hadn't been there, the pressure would be on this dog right here. Dog get lucky, made champion. If he's past his prime and he's subject to being a 2-time winner, the pressure still would be on this dog. To me. Even knowing that.
That pedigree came from my man, Peter Mac, Junior Alpha. Appreciate that, man.
But see, here's the smart thing about that before I move over. You see this down here? Remember what I was saying, y'all? This key piece of this stuff right here, because of him, he's the saving factor here. You see that? Same shit right here, same shit right here. I could wait on that. You know, but before I dump it, based on the way it is, to me, the pressure would still be on this dog here, but I'll be looking for more of a change of something better because of what we added to it, this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's all in the dog. There is a formula there. You see the formula, there is a formula there. Got to first make that clear. Formula saves yards. But the result that gave me promise was this 2-time winner. That's the key. Gave this down here hope. Especially when you're able to do this right here, then this was supposed to be better. I shouldn't be getting no trash. I should be getting my percentages to be worthy. I ain't whining for a litter full, but I better be seeing some traits that's showing me better. Because they still got to top that 2-time winner if you're trying to move forward. It would take 4 to me. Because right here, coming off of this one champion here, and this right here, and then this right here, just suppose he was this down here. And I'm counting. I'm already at the dead end. At the bottom. But there's a formula here. Clearly a formula right there is why this pedigree is saved. And it has everything to do with that 2-time winner. Because you look at the bottom, ain't nothing there. You know there's some good dogs back there, but they're too far back there that we don't even want to go back there right here. It's right here because there's not enough winners. Hypothetically, we have a formula. Probably got some nice dogs back there, but coming in my eyes, I'm just saying, what saved this pedigree, because if you notice what's going on, got it all up here. And it's staying up close. He saved it. But this right here puts the pressure still to me on this litter. Because we're already sitting at 4 generations and we'll be 5 if all we can get is that 2-time winner. Okay, guys. Now, this is hypothetically thinking. I ain't trying to talk about nobody's shit because there is a formula here. And I ain't on his yard. I don't know those dogs personally. So remember, I told you at the beginning, if you find yourself in there, you know, wherever dog it is, you know, and you hear what I'm saying, and you analyze that because you feeding it. I'll break it down to you for what I see. 105.
This pedigree came in from my man, Flight 517.
Here we go. We got champion Little Black Boy, 3-time winner POR. Let's see why he work. Well, I mean, if you're looking at his pedigree, this is why we're looking at a champion. I mean, personal opinion, we are really working on, you know, when you don't have a bunch of this great shit sitting up in here. You see what I'm saying? It's going to be hard to pull up a champion that has 4 generations of nothing, you know, and he is the top one. He's finally made a champion or grand champion. It's going to be hard to find that dog, you know, but this dog right here, I mean, how many generations do we need to go when you're already working on some good dogs right here, genetically? You know what I'm saying? Y'all can keep on bringing. I'm not gonna go down into this one. There's nothing. This one don't have nothing to do with the pole. You know what I'm saying? You can't even go 2 generations with this. He's a stud dog, if anything. The way he bred. The way he bred, you got to figure out how they did what they did to keep doing what you got. Everything has a formula. For that reason, it worked. Every time I bred, I tried to stick to something and look to something that made the shit that I had. And if I can control it and maintain it and do no more than what everybody else did, because they doing it back here, they got it here and they kept doing it there, and you're going to keep getting this shit here. Because he's a fact. One definite fact. He got it. Greatness produce greatness. Now, what happens when we ain't getting this kind of stuff? That's what I'm trying to point out. That last one was a good one. It was. The last one was a good one. The one before that, that one right there, we don't need to see that one because that one's got too much shit in it. You know what I'm saying? That's a already working line. They should be being studied out. How you breathing, you know? You know what I'm saying? And to me, it takes how you breed the factor. Whether you have a female, if you're trying to find the right male to get up in there. Now, I've always been a fan of, if he ain't coming off my yard, then a stud. Then he's going to be a champion on somebody's yard. I mean, I just believe in that for the sole reason of this pedigree we just took off. That reason, right there. You don't have to go 2 or 3, 4 generations when you're keeping them 2, 3, 4 generations doing that. It's just how the formula works, y'all. That's all I've been saying. Care how you twist it and throw it and put it, when you're doing it with results. You know what I'm saying? So that's just a great pedigree. And, you know, he got great results. I'm pretty sure he's a good producer. Oh, you know, I wouldn't be dumping that line unless that line stopped doing what it's doing right here. He can't get no worse. Only thing he can do is come up and get better, because everybody else has proven that point. How you think they got him? Right? So it shouldn't be no fallback, no fall out. He should be able to continue doing what everybody else is doing. You know, this must have been one hell of a great move right here. Especially with the Chicago Bulldog boy, you know what I'm saying? Okay, I'm ready, Mike.
This next pedigree comes from my man Johnny Bo. Johnny Bo, this is yours here. 838.
Okay. Now, you know, I'm a fan because I can, you know, the colors. This one got a whole bunch of little something everywhere, but you can see the champions. You know, the Bugger Dog, Bugger Jack. You know what I'm saying? Those are the key figures back there. And you see Beetlejuice. Okay? And that was just me clicking on Beetlejuice. 4-time winner in 4 different states. I can believe that. You know, if it was a little bit cleaner, I mean, I could really appreciate it, but I appreciate it just the way it is. To be honest, I just don't understand how you can mess up a pretty pedigree when you got all this down here that y'all can color it up, you know, and all this other shit should have been, you know, just like this shit down here. It looks so much better. Not knocking the shit, but it's, come on, guys, if we can clean that much up the game, that's almost like hitting a like button. We could really get in there and enjoy it. You know, we don't get to a chance to really enjoy the pedigree till we get back here. It looks so much cleaner, and we get a chance to kind of look at what we're looking at. Now again, keeping things familiar. Now this is about the second pedigree, y'all. We done ran across old Blackjack, right? No, so that's another fact, that's proven fact, that the Blackjack dogs, the Beetlejuice dogs, you know what I'm saying? We got Champion Finley Bow here, Champion Honey Bunch there, both registered merits. You got Dolly, off of Otis, still a Honey Bunch. You got Rocky all whim. You got Champion Becky all whim. And see the results? You just keep getting the shit. And you just keep getting it. That's what I'm talking about when we're talking about how far when we stop getting this like it's supposed to go. But this is a formula. I mean, look at the double bred weird jack down here. And he went another way, you know, in the Beetlejuice thing, because that's what we did. We used our cross like Pretty Mama when we bred Pretty Mama to Beetlejuice. You know, we already had enough Eli and those kind of dogs in that backside of that red boy that, you know, Beetlejuice was another side of the red boy dogs. You know, wasn't the common ones, you know what I'm saying, like tabbing them. These dogs, you know, Beetlejuice in that litter this was a pretty bad breeding right here. And it proves it. But the thing is that part down here, those little outcrosses like this one right here, these little things right here, it makes it look so much sweeter when you got pedigrees doing that and getting those kind of results. See, these is what I call working pedigrees. Remember this, all we did is clicked on a champion and we on another pedigree. Hypothetically thinking and talking about this, but look at the time. Remember, we ain't there no more. You know, that's where we, you know, hypothetically, we're in that world right there, right? But everybody's been covered. Even when this is running short right here, everybody was still covered. You know why everybody was still covered? Because they kept maintaining something. There was one thing that was definitely working. One thing that was definitely working, this part. No telling what happened with this. You know what I'm saying? Because this pedigree, again, not one of the pedigrees that we would do the poll on, because this thing got a lot more to go with. As long as it continue doing the formula, because that's what they're doing, they continue to win and they continue to breed the winners. No little honey. You see, we started right there. So, see, that's burger nose. Burger nose, okay. I mean, they working with a formula. As long as they continue to work, I mean, even when it kind of, you know what I'm saying, it still looks, it's a still good working line.
Shout out to my man Zachariah23 for the super $5 piece in the super chat. He said, salute OG. Hit that like button, fellas. And always S2W. Appreciate that, Zachariah23.
Thank you, baby boy. See, it's hard for y'all. It's hard for y'all to find it, ain't it? I know, you know, but here, I'll throw up one for you. I'll throw up one for you. Good example. Let me see. Okay. Let's start right here. Now, y'all look at this pedigree and you tell me if you would be willing to move forward knowing Boots is number 4. Remember, he would have been done based on y'all assumption. He'd have been done right here. If he didn't turn out, he'd have been done right here. That's 2 generations. That dog right there, if he'd have ended up a dud, y'all have been through. Did he produce anything? Nothing. See what I'm saying? Would that have been out the window? And what we got? What we got so far? We got Big Boy. You know, we got Zeke, but you see what I'm saying? Would y'all have put the brakes on? Would y'all have had the patience to continue on? I mean, come on. We was really trying to figure this out because somebody's feeding this shit. Okay, let's not forget that. For this shit to be happening, that means somebody's making these breedings and they're feeding these dogs and they're continue doing this for, you know, a couple generations to still say after 1, 2, 3, 4 generations, and in the 5th generation, Boots ain't got nothing but he and his Big Boy. Don't know nothing about that. I mean, thumbs up. Oh, I'd have been trying to change up some shit. I'm still trying to figure out, because these is dog men right here. And see, here's the problem. See, these right here, this dude here, better go back and check. That's that tornado dude. Yeah, old Sheriff Paul. That's his buddy. Yeah. For those who don't know, go check Tornado's pedigree and go look down there at that Powell's. Go Sheriff Powell. That's the guy I'm always talking about. That's that same old dude he was sending them dogs to. And this dude here, yeah, they up north. He definitely was in PA. So for Young, I think he's in PA. But look what he did. Young had to like something about White Sox. He had to like something about White Sox to take his shit, because he would have literally had to go and talk to him and say, I'll pay a stud fee. Or Tiny had to be something tough, especially because it's his breeding. His lying, what he's doing, he got a little something going on here, but because he's breeding. So I can see why he can go to Sam and say, Sam, I want to pay a stud fee and breed the White Sox. And that's what he did. And he got Boots. On paper, it looks like, you know, it don't look good for Boots, do it? Okay, now look at Boots. Now, let's go down here to the bottom. Old man Klein. Old man Klein say, Boots don't look good here, do we? Don't look good at all. But Klein say, I want to breed the Boots. Now, the only reason I would believe that Kleins would want to breed to Boots is because of Sam. Whatever Sam had in this dog right here, whatever Sam had in this dog right here, he knew about it. Because this bitch is the one ain't falling short. There it is. Them are the eye grabbers. He the one coming to the table. See what I'm saying? For those who didn't know, Grand Champion Luther is his little mate brother. But the Savior all through here. I mean, it don't look pretty, but you have to be able to look through the black. You got to be able to look through the black, even when there ain't a whole lot of gold there, to make them do this right here. This ain't no better down here. Grand Champion Luther voted dog of the year 1985. Only thing in his pedigree saving it is Champion Dolomite. And they took this stuff right here because it's definitely a formula. Keep in mind now. Keep in mind. This is Dottie. Old man Klein went to Boots. He took his bad bitch to Boots. Why Boots? I can understand where he was at on this, because this right here would have had me being itchy. He went straight down south old school with this move. Right here with Spice. Somebody had to go to him and say, man, I want to breed Spice the Dolomite. You know? Spice the Dolomite. Look how she bred. Yeah, because they're covering the bases. Remember, to every great thing, but there's a difference, because in each one of these, we seeing the gaps filled in properly. But then you got this one right here. That right there. The pressure wasn't on Dottie. The pressure was on Boots. Because D became the holder now because Dottie saved Boots. Boots still in hot water because Boots still ain't showed us he can produce. He got some help from Dottie though. And we already know what Dottie's swinging with. My question is, what made him want to breed to Boots? Outside that big boy Haney, which he went way down there and grabbed that, because not only that is the fact that these two guys, you've got to be reputable guys. That's what I can tell you, especially Sam. Talk about Sam. Okay, Offspring. Oh, See what I'm saying? All litter mates. All litter mates. This is her. Look at her pedigree. Remember this down here? We talked about it. Now we got it doubled up. We got a little help up here and up here. That's Satan's breeding. That's his little mate sister. Check her offspring. Damn. Well, they got to fire them up then, didn't they? All kind of shit start changing up. Getting colored up now, ain't they? Hang around that going hard shit, trust me. Look at it now. Now look at it. See how it kept getting better and better. You know, y'all said gave up on 2. After 2, y'all ain't giving them a chance. You heard me say 4. Good point though, right? If you do it in 2, you're hurting. Because the most important thing is, even in this right here, there was a formula, even when they was, you gotta know sometimes you gotta kind of know the dogs. Because this man right here, look at the powerhouses that this guy had. And everything he was doing at home. Not trying to understand what everybody else was doing. No, once he got up there and got into these hands, we knew how to add all the other stuff to it. You know, that was the big kicker. But you have to give credit where it's due, because they did not give up. Way back here. They did not give up on Boots. Because the pressure was definitely on Boots. He is number 4. When we take Boots and breed Boots, he number 4. Pressure's already on. Pressure already on. Only thing saving this pedigree right here is Dolomite. The only thing. Remember, prior to that, Boots is in trouble. 1, 2, 3, 4. And not even her was a champion. The Lord, let me tell you. Every one of them dogs was some badasses. He could have been just as famous as him. But I tell you, he was everything like his brother. If anything, he was just as good as Satan. He was smaller than Satan and had a big ass head and a beautiful body. And he was just as good as Satan. See, that litter right there was one special litter. He got poisoned. That's why I lost him. He was already on the charts to go. That man didn't want to share that dog right there. He didn't want to share He didn't want to share that. What we had got up on, he was mad that I had it. We went together. He was mad that I had it. But he ended up getting poisoned. He was just as good as Satan. But the two was such a high calling, you know what I'm saying? These dogs would have never existed. If it don't be for old Dottie wanting to go to Boots. So what made Mr. Klein want to go to Boots? With his Luther Dolomite shit that we know working. Got to know these guys right here, these players right here. There was something about Boots. You can believe that. I don't know if he produced anything. This D, that's all they got. But it was something about Boots. The one he wanted to breed to him, and I think it was that big boy. Just that little bit of big boy. Because his formula worked. The moves that he made that line better. And to me, it started with Boots being bred to Dottie. To me, Dottie carried the backbone that made Boots. She probably had finishing touch to Boots. Because that's like him still wanting to have to take his female to breed to a dog to have puppies. So I was saying, that's what is being said right here. Now, a lot of y'all, 98% of y'all would have never made that breeding. Not looking at it on paper. But what if you knew Sam Lambert? What if you knew him? You don't know who he is, go do some research. All you got to do is start off with Tornado. Start digging around in Sheriff Powell. Like I told you, Sheriff Powell sent a lot of them North Carolina dogs to Sam Lambert, that guy right there. And he has some badass dogs. A couple great ones. PA know him. Definitely believe PA know who he is. Being that close to us where we at, Mr. Klein was on his own little thing. But it was something about this right here. It had to take a lot to take a good ass bitch to Boots, to me. Because 98% of us wouldn't have did it. You mean to tell me ain't something better out there than that? That's what we'd have been on, and y'all know it. This is what the poll's about. That right there. Imagine all these branded kennels without checking and testing and just putting the papers together, making them look pretty. But at some point, you're going to get to this. At some point, if all they doing is putting these colors together, you're going to get to this. You're going to get to this. Don't forget Dottie. Who was contributing factor? Boots. He was considering factor because he was bred to a bitch that was getting ready to make him famous. And either he went to Mr. Klein and said, man, I give you a free stud, old Boots. I like that bitch. Or Mr. Klein went to him and said, man, I like that Boots, dog. You know, you're sitting over there with them 8-time winners and 6-time winners and a 10-time winner that came. It wouldn't even be a 10-time winner without Sam and Sheriff Powell. The nucleus of the bottom side of Tornado. We did a show about it. So we have to understand where Mr. Klein was. And remember, all this is Ohio. I got him. I was in Ohio. We got those dogs on the same day. And when I looked at Pedigree, it didn't look pretty to me either. But one thing about it, I asked the question, you got 3 of these dogs. Look, there's 4 of them. All these dogs, and there was these 3 dogs right here. Hickory wasn't out there. Cherry was out there. No, that is Cherry. Timex was Cherry. That's Timex. These 3 dogs was out there on the yard. Cherry is Timex. That was his call name. That was his recalled him Timex. But his pedigree name was Cherry. But these dogs right here was in a cage together. They wasn't in a pen, they was in a yard. And all 3 of these motherfuckers was guard dogs. I'm telling you, jump over, you wouldn't even want to jump over that fence. You through. I mean, you through. These dogs were aggressive. Will eat your ass up. And they stayed in the cage. Not a cage, but, you know, they ran loose in the yard. You go up to the fence and you got these vicious ass dogs, pit bulls, on your ass. On your ass. And all 3 of them were match dogs. All 3 of them was match dogs. This dog lost to a champion. Wasn't even supposed to get done. The man gave him the dog to breed. Go ahead and get him some puppies off of her. And what he was doing, he was getting the puppies. But he was also doing it and got her killed going for number 3. But yeah, but I can guarantee you, it must have been a whole lot for Mr. Klein because he made that breeding. And you'll see how he cleaned it up. He did it with that double Dolomite. See it? And he got these dogs on his yard. He bred Dolomite D. Double red Dottie. He took Dottie, took her to Spud. Here we go again, like he did Boots. The old Spud, because Spud is bred. Old man knew what he was doing. On the bottom, I just always wondered what he was doing when he went to Boots. But he bred that Boots shit right back and had 3 puppies. I mean, they weren't even puppies. They was over like 15, 16 months old when we got them. Within a year, all them dogs was ready to go. They were match dogs when we got them. And that's on some real shit. Old man Klein. The only way we knew about him, old dude Daryl Downs told us about him, actually took us over there. Yep, Big D. Right-hand man, champion right-hand man producer. Yeah, he produced right-hand man. He took us over there, turned us on to old dude. We spent total of $650, and the female came free. Just breed her, bring her back. $650. I paid $300. He paid $350. a grand champion who did his job as far as producing some good dogs. All of them. Reba. They all have something to do. Look at that back now. Check out the back. Ain't nothing going on back there. We know how we got to there, but it's still a formula, right? Look at the middle though. Take the brother and sister and still got some. They'd have been done it too, then y'all have been done right here. If these dogs hadn't turned out, y'all have been done based on y'all calculation. That's the way y'all were presuming it. Yeah, they said the second. See, Satan would have never made it. You know what I'm saying? If you go back to two important dogs, and Mr. Klein made the move, this dog was through. Based on the poll, this dog was through. I mean, we gave him a chance. Y'all said two. We back in the third. This is the fourth. You know what I'm saying? I go pull out boots. Y'all see that, right? Now you take his offspring. The only thing that saved him, look at the top. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2. Y'all would have been, this would have never happened based on the poll. You know what I'm saying? The only thing say this based on the poll is this right here. Prior to that right there, the situation was looking pretty glim. And y'all know y'all don't even like this kind of shit. I ain't never seen anybody throw up a pedigree that looked something like this. I don't know whether you're holding them back, so don't want to do it, but we hardly ever see pedigrees. You know, we'll see one with the whole kennel, 6 generations of the same name. And it's funny when we run into those, it be 6 generations of the same guy doing 6 generations of breeding, and ain't nobody a champion. So based on the poll, y'all wouldn't even gave him 2 generations to get shit right. Based on the poll. This dog would have never been produced right here based on the poll. Okay. Being we spoke on that, and let's go talk about what we came here to talk about tonight. We took care of the poll. And then we talked about him. We talked about his match with Sandman. You know, we done talked about everybody, and we always seem to get up here with this one, but we really never get a chance to go a little in depth. I mean, when I say in depth with him, is there's so many different angles to this dog. He's like Jeep. You know, the Jeep in them was better than Diebold and SARS and all those great dogs because the line was supposed to dogs were only supposed to get better. You know, they ain't supposed to stay the same. Dogs are supposed to get better. Not in this great large numbers, because if you've been selective breeding, you're doing selective breeding, the diseases, I mean, it should never get to that point. Because what y'all say about giving up 2, I say give them 4. Because of some of these possibilities that we're going to go over. We're going to start with this is Buck's daddy. Can't find too many duds in there. And we definitely have a pattern. Right? But let's go a little further and go outside of Tater when he was bred to Red Lady. Right? That's what produced Buck. But when we look at Reba, who was still off of Tater, and so was Lady in Red. Right? Whole different direction. Tater had 2 directions to go. You see what I'm saying? Those were 2 directions. He went one way and came up with Buck. He went another way as you see where I'm going, 2 of them right there. Dolly. See that? And Polly. Both registered mares, mother to Mayday. So when we look at these dogs, being the Buck plays such a big factor because not only the Buck take a whole nother direction, it turned into the Stone City dogs, the Gaston dogs, you know what I mean? Many of the Super Kennels dogs, you know, coming off of that stuff he had. Really, the framework that played a big part of that was Tater. And if you notice how they was breeding back then, I mean, the thing that I want to point out that saves all crosses out here when they be doing them, and the way these guys be trying to make these breeds, and these is with results. This is the past. We can't change that. This is shit that worked. All you can do is study it and see why it worked. All you can do. Can't change none of that. You take anything out of it, you can change something. You can't sit there and say it'll work without it, because that's not what we're dealing with. We already dealing with facts. That cannot be proven when you got the fact is with it, this is what we got. And you see, these guys had a pattern, a whole lot of it. You see how they was using the males? Now, this so happened if he didn't have this champion here, you had Tater, you had Zeke. But just imagine, man, he knew with Bolio and the match dog, and this dog here, coming off of that stabber shit, Bert Klaus, he knew what he was doing. And in that one breeding, man, I mean, this is how, guys, y'all want to breed great shit, this is what I'm trying to tell you. That dog went off in two directions. Right there. We can talk about Buck, but let's talk about Little Tater. A key player in, like we had the different lines, like Jeep went off, you know, like Finley's Bow and the dog that he produced, but Jeep was one of them that went off and was able to create dominant lines. And then their kids were be able to create dominant lines. I'm talking about, we talk about Yellow, but let's talk about Little Tater. When you start adding up Mayday and Buck shit based on Little Tater, knowing in this those two dogs, Mayday and Buck, is right up there with Yellow.
Shout out to my man Windmill with the $2 piece. He said salute. Windmill, is that a pedigree you want me to look at? Is that number to a pedigree? Hit me up with a yeah.
But you see what I'm saying? The factor when it came to those dogs to me, and these are things that I recognize when I want to have something that I can play with. And I didn't get a chance to really dig in, like I really wanted to. Remember, it was Little Tater that convinced me to breed my Stone City dog to my Mayday dog. Regardless of how they felt, it was Little Tater. Remember, I'm already dealing with Yellow Buck. I got a dog up a Yellow Buck. And Miss Nico, a Jeep bitch bred back into that same old shit. So he became a very important asset to the yard, especially when we looked at him. I got him as a pup. I had a chance to raise him. And the whole time I'm watching him, man, I'm telling y'all, this dog was black brindle-like, dark brindle. And didn't look nothing like Buck. He didn't look nothing like Buck, but he sure as hell reminded me of Tater. Just a dark brindle dog. The attitude and everything about him. And that's what my convincing factor was, because remember, I got Mayday on it. Mayday and Buck are half brothers to the Crosses, coming by way of, actually cousins coming by way of Tater, Little Tater. Two dominant, whether y'all hate them or not, two dominant lines of dogs up there at the top of the list, all based on that dog right there, Little Tater. You can get that part right and figure out what made Little Tater so such a factor, and he wasn't no champion. Look how they bred him. If I'm trying to be not with a pedigree that look pretty, but with a pedigree that I can make pretty more pedigrees, and if I got Little Tater on the yard, and the heat was on Little Tater coming off a registered man, and he wasn't a match dog, then he did exactly what he was supposed to do. He sure ain't no match dog, because they ain't got no matches on him. He sure looked good. And there were so many different ways that he went. He did the same thing right there. Little Tater, top and bottom. Added all the right stuff. You're trying to do the right things. You get these kind of dogs. Made his mother, sibling, registered man, little maid sister. We talk about her and Mayday. This is Dolly's little maid sister. Look at the way she's bred. It's another proven fact. And we can always fall back. Because we don't see Grand Champion Buck yet. We ain't on Grand Champion Buck. We on Grand Champion Buck Daddy. The way he was producing. You tell me in that line alone, he produced 2 of these females. Ran back to the sister's daughter and created some of the greatest dogs of all times. And we ain't even on Buck. And that's the sister. It's not Dolly. Ran back to Dolly's littermate's, to Polly's littermate sister Dolly, son. Yellow. One of them top dogs on that list, we talked about that already, bred back into that tater shit. Same little tater shit that created Grand Champion Buck. Now you have a maiden line and a Stone City line, and we ain't even got to the Gaston yet.
Shout out to my man, Wyatt Kobayashi, with the $5 piece. Appreciate the love. Kobayashi, he said, twin, Patrick probably looked at him.
Oh, you know he did. Oh, you can count on that. You can count on that. Look at the dogs that Polly and Dolly produced. We see Napalm, we see Lupe, we see these dogs. We see her more than we see any of them. Napalm. Forget Lupe. Don't forget. You know, that's a bad bitch in herself. This is outside of Buck. We ain't even touched Buck yet. We talking about Buck's line coming through Little Tater, because this is where we at on this. I want everybody to understand, when we talk about Buck, we have to go to a place that y'all hate to go, and that's the Mayday. You have to put the relationship between Mayday, the line itself, and Buck. Why would you not think it wouldn't have worked? You don't have to fake a lot of shit to get this kind of shit, y'all. Mayday might not have been all that. There's all kind of stories. But one thing you can't change. You take Little Tater out of this equation, you ain't got none of that. None of it. Little Tater is the common factor to all that. Yep, Polly and Dolly. Polly, Dolly, and Buck. That's the kind of shit that I'm talking about. You can hate on a man, but long before that man, there was a man out there that created this shit that gave Victor the opportunity and gave Stone City the opportunity to have these dogs, and that was Pat Patrick's Little Tater. Look at it. Observe it. For those who don't know, May May not only did she beat the grand champion Chi-Chi, 7-time winner for her championship, she went and got 4-time winner champion Nene at the same weight. Straight killer. And all they did is bred Mayday off of Yellow. Bred that off of Yellow and Dolly, Polly's Little May's sister. Bred her son back to her sister. Don't forget that. Remember Polly's offspring. Haunch, May May, Lupe. You see what I'm saying? Johnny Five, Napalm, you'll see her everywhere. Those who don't know who Lupe is, add me some Jeep. We'll see that again. Add me some Jeep. Cross with Mayday. And we still getting shit. For y'all that missed out on that one. Twisted Little May brother, Bam Bam. 5-time winner. He was in the same group with Barracuda. And if you notice the name, No Name Kennels, before ProSet had him, they had Bam Bam and May May. This one kennel had Bam Bam and May May. And they boys, partners, had Twisted and Luke Kane. This is how I ran into all of them. This is where all the Mayday dogs was when I was in the damn hood. No Name had May May, Bam Bam. And Deep South had Twisted and Luke Kane. And if I'm correct, they might have had Barracuda and his Barracuda's Little May brother Peanut. They was all in there. These dogs was all in South Florida. And it all falls back to Little Tater. This whole line of dogs, all this, all I'm producing, everybody produced, everybody. They took to have more than that. A whole line of these dogs. Okay, now we're going to keep going. Let me get on out of here. We didn't play it over there. and concentrating back on Little Tater. And back to him again. Let's go back in here again. Let's go another direction. We seen what the blood is doing. We're just not hitting buck. We see what the blood was doing. We just not hitting buck. And let's go play in his offspring. Buck. We'll start off with Grand Champion Yellow Buck. Dealing with the same old situation here. Little Tater. Cross with that yellow. Same Little Tater. Cross with that yellow. The creative Mayday. Do y'all hear me? Time out and look at it. Same shit. Little Tater all over it, and none of this happening. Little Tater, also the daddy to Dolly and Polly. The power of a line. We had Yellow Buck. Offspring. So many of these dogs produced. Grand Champion Destroyer. The guy who was bred to that some Eli shit. And Carver shit. Boy, Jigger wanted him. Yeah, that was the one digging, and that would have been a good one. I tell you that. I'm going with my boy Snipe though. We know Sir Kel, producer. You know Little Buck, the first one to do it. Out of all that, he's the first one to do it. He made the cross into the Mayday dog. But look how he's bred. I'm trying to tell y'all the factor to me coming home with him and knowing even back then, it was not all this right here. It kept leading up to this. It did. But the factor to me was Little Tater in the Mayday dogs. Remember, I've already got Brat. You know what I'm saying? I already got Brat. I got her brother's daughter. So the Little Tater had me sold. Anyway, remember, I got Yellow John. You remember that? And Yellow already started long before I even dealt with Mayday. It was the little tater stuff that it caught my fancy. The buck dogs and the yellow dog caught my fancy with that Tance Bruiser shit. That's what sparked me in going into Tommy Boy, gave me an opportunity to put me in a position where I ran into Stone City setting all this up. So I'm getting a chance to see something that, you know, that I have already bred to Mayday with Red Ace before I even went into Tommy. So I already had puppies off of Mayday and Red Ace before Red Ace ever went into Tommy. So just to go into Puerto Rico and then run across Stone City and see what they had, and here I am getting a chance to look at their pedigree, and I'm pretty well in tune to what I'm looking at, and then just seeing the dogs themselves. And I'm telling you what caught my fancy. It was Little Tater. That, when you put it on top of that Mayday, one litter. One litter. And I'm doing nothing but doing what they was doing. Look, I was talking about the tater stuff, y'all, back here. See it? Yeah, I was dealing with the tater stuff back there. Coming off the bruiser bitch. This is the bitch that I bred. That's her. This is the dog I bred Brad's brother to. Look how he bred. That's what the beginning of everything I started doing. I took Brad's brother and bred to this chick, right? This female right there. I was already working within the formula. And I doing, if you notice, everything I did. Bred that to Brad's brother. I'm already dealing with this down here. Dealing with so much yellow. Menace and Sassy Girl. Now the part I want y'all to pay attention to is the dolly. Remember that connection? We still, I'm full of yellow. Got all that inbred Jeep. Yeah, you see what I'm doing? K, G, heavy honey bunch. And where am I shooting at? All because of her. Remember I told you about that? Because of her. And this breeding right here. That dog right there. Brought me to that right down in here. I'm trying to tell you. Then I collected the whole line of Jeep dogs with Charlie in there. I'm sucking up yellow everywhere. Then what I do? How can you go wrong? I'm telling you, all I was doing was following the tracks. Look at Yellow Buck. Look at Miss Nico. They study doing the shit. Look at Jedi. They study doing it. Little Tater. I'm following the yellow big road. See what they doing? I'm doing the same thing they doing. They did it down here. They did it right here. They did it back here with Jedi. They did it up here with Yellow Buck. I ain't doing nothing but what they doing. And then they did this right here. Like they did this back here with him. Like I did with her. And they're still dealing with the top dogs on the registered merit list. And this is why that shit was getting and looking so consistent. All that buck. More yellow and buck. Just kept the whole thing going. Just like they do. If you keep feeding it and keep doing what they doing, and all this is over buck, no, Tater, little Tater. This is a whole bunch of damn dogs, y'all. That's really based on the thought that little Tater created all this shit. Little Tater, and we ain't even touched it. We haven't even touched it. We just did this buck and showed off Yellow Buck and all them. No, we ain't done. Yellow Buck's Little May's sister. Yellow Buck Little May's sister, and I think he had a champion sister too. Offspring. Look at all that. And all these dogs look familiar. You see Nickel Jr. You see Damien. You see Métis. And you can't forget old Macho. I'm gonna start off with Nickel Jr. Everybody's familiar with Nickel Jr. doing the same thing basically that we did. They kept crossing the buck into the yellow. To me, still boiled down to Little Tater. Little Tater and Yellow John. Major factors, Red Boy, not even Jocko. I'll give Jocko his credit because Jocko played a big part, but he wasn't a major factor, and don't let nobody tell you anything different. I'd already been over the Jocko stuff. The Jocko had nothing to do with with Yellow. Red Boy carried that Jocko. Jocko didn't carry Yellow. And that's a proven fact. Yellow John definitely didn't need no help. They were good dogs, but the Jocko line went no further than without the Yellow help. They made some decent dogs, but you know, they're supposed to make better, and that they did. Without Jocko, you ain't gonna have no Yellow. Without Yellow, you ain't gonna have none of this other shit. But look how they breeding them. If I was breeding dogs like that, I wouldn't be, and I'm getting dogs like that, I'll start worrying once I opened up one generation and then getting something. But they was definitely what makes them great. That right there. To be able to do that right there. Not just the paperwork, they got the dogs. Just to be able to do that right there. That's all I wanted to do. I had to go get those dogs. You think I didn't breed to them dogs? Yeah, the hell I did. Got me some puppies over him too. But y'all still dealing with this dog to this day. Sales guy. That right there. That's the breeding that was made after my breeding. Would y'all call it a better breeding? I would. I sure did. That's the source. What I did is I played with the blood. I didn't play with the source. I had the source coming through Mayday. But that's the source. When you can take it and get it like that. Did it prove anything? Come on. The eye opener didn't happen quick. You know? The eye opener, it didn't happen quick. To me, they got Patriot up. You know, that's a lot of Patrick in there. Got Yellow, but that's a lot of Patrick. Started looking more like Tater again, didn't it? More Tater than, you know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Genetics. We got a whole lot of yellow, but we also got a whole lot of tater. Right, I'm trying to find Macho Bug. I'm trying to find my. Hold on, y'all. You know, I'm trying to find Macho Bug here. You know, I have never been a fan of it. When I start looking in the Chico stuff, I can't stay there long because I don't want to be talking about it. You know, he did better shit. I mean, and even in these cases here, though. The part I was trying to get to was this part. This is where I was trying to go. I have to get there and get into this part, matcha. That's the one I was trying to get to. Here's the key right here. See, it wasn't macho I was trying to find, it was matcha. Macho's sister. I'm gonna tell you, it wasn't this that made me see it. If again, it's getting more back to looking like Tater. You see what I'm saying? That don't look like Yellow, like Mayday and them. Look at all that Tater. This is why those dogs was producing. Look how 357 is bred. Here's the other on the other side. We can start snatching up buck dogs everywhere, but 357 is a prime example. Looking like a Tater. Y'all that don't know Buckus and Leaky, see, litter mates, right? Look at Daisy May. Y'all need to go pull up a picture of Red Devil. You tell me that dog don't look like it. Does he look like a yellow dog or does he look like Daisy May? Even though Toro was a good dog off of Yellow John. Still, to me, I still say Yellow John was a Red Boy dog. So when you cross Red Boy into Jocko, you know what I'm saying? I'm looking more like, because he was Yellow John was a Jocko dog, and back in that time, you know, Yellow didn't have the name yet to be Yellow John, because yellow, because look, we still talking about Yellow John, who was an inbred red boy dog. And back then, you know, before the yellow names started being bounced around, they were called red boy dogs. And you see the Jocko line, brother, sister breeding, go along with it, you're going to carry some of that. They weren't the ultimates, but they was in that connection. That's why I always say, people talk crazy and get mad when I say Jocko was not a major factor. When, and to be in true retrospect, I say that not trying to hate on Jocko, because without the Jocko cross, you wouldn't have had Yellow. But Yellow John was the contributing factor to that. Don't get that shit twisted with the Jocko. They were good dogs, and they was bad dogs, but don't let them tell y'all that shit, Mr. Green and all that. You can look and see for yourself. Right, you can give Yellow John his props, you can give Toro his, but even in their best, they lose. Argo lost. You know, we can't complain about Apple losing to Molly B. You know, she took a shot, but she lost. And don't forget her daughter, lost to Molly B's daughter. All right, so don't come hollering to me about the Jocko shit. Better know what you're talking about before you start talking to me about it. I'm talking about major factors here, because we're still dealing with Buck and why it worked. You know, Sherman and Tank, these dogs here, yeah. You see them, they red boy Jocko dogs. Brother, sister breeding. And you add that tater to it. See it? We double bred the shit. Exact same chemistry that created Mayday. And they had a damn thing to do with Jocko. Had everything to do with the yellow cross with Red Boy. Red Boy, Yellow John, Jocko, just like Yellow. But that's exactly what Toro was. He was a yellow dog too. Yellow, whatever you want to call him. Both off of Yellow John, both of them was bred to a Jocko bitch. We're talking about the same makeup. Same makeup, turn right around, you add the buck to this, and we're dealing with a whole new strain of dog. Daisy May, Miss Leakey, Buckus. Gotta remember, we're gonna continue carrying this because we've been carrying it for quite some time. Don't forget that. I ain't gonna never forget it because I pay attention to that. But it's a big part of mine. We don't see a whole bunch of that right here. We didn't see it over there in the Mayday. We didn't see it a whole lot over there in the Stone City. So I'm always carrying that because it's not yellow. It's Toro. But you add that tater to it, it cleaned up a lot of this. Because a lot of shit happened. Continuously. First of all, before I even get away into him, 357, let's talk about these two ROMs. Still looking like Tater. A whole new line of dogs, y'all. 2 pages. Gaston. Don't forget about the boy and heartbreak. 357. Boy, down there, the same shit Craig Mayday in them, ain't it? Come on. We can turn this shit all kind of ways. That the line, that's Triple Dog. I said the Gaston Dog, Undertaking them, Dawn City, and Southern Kennels. All these are the same mixture of dogs. That's why they're relevant. That's why you'll see them in my yard. That's why you'll see those dogs on the top of that chart. If you ain't paying attention, y'all will miss these kind of things because it's if you're playing a paper game, you're not playing it with results. That's all I'm saying. And you sure ain't getting no all wins without wins, and that's for sure. But in that third generation, look at that third generation. We see a whole lot of taters set up and everything in that generation. Tater everywhere. Till you get down here in that Jocko stuff. But he's everywhere. You know, all this stuff right here, it goes back to the same old stuff. We'll still keep bringing it back to that good stuff. That's right. Let's not forget. Who we keep bumping into? Tonka, macaroni. All right? There's Crash. When you're dealing with a line, Uptown Snubby, another good dog. More famous one. And was a producer. Remember we talked about the show in that one right there. Remember we had a show about this. Remember, it's what they did that brought us all the way back, as we keep showing y'all. It's that certain particular type of juice. Don't keep giving it to you. Dogs don't look like Tater there, do they? They look like Patrick dogs for the setup, though. They look like the setup of the Mayday, though. Here it come. You see what I'm saying? Look at the look. It's right there. Look at it. You can see the different directions. Then you taking Bodine, a lot Tater, and then you crossing it into more Tater, making this down here the out. That's why you're getting these kind of dogs. I know boy ain't no right. This dog is not an all-wimp. He sure ain't. He was one badass dog. Heartbreak. Miss Leaky. Now, y'all go pull up me a picture if you're noticing something. While we over here, you want me to go run and do it right quick? I'm going to do it right quick. I'm going to go get a picture of Red Devil. And the Red Devil then pop up into the scene to AAA stop producing. Y'all see that, right? Trying to find a picture. Let me see if I can catch a picture. Okay. That's Red Devil right there. And that's Red Devil, y'all. That's the one they call Red Devil. Trying to find her. Where's she at? I'm trying to find her. I'm trying to find Daisy May. Yeah. And Miss Leaky. That don't look okay. Y'all see this now, right? Y'all paying attention? Mm-hmm. Daisy May. You see it? That's Daisy May. You see that yellow on it, right? Well, look at her color. That dog is what this dog is. This is who's on that. They got that dog. That dog ain't off of Daisy May. That dog, that's AAA. Look how he looks. Everybody else see that, right? Does not look like a yellow dog. I'm sorry. I always told y'all AAA have buck in him. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna show y'all who AAA was. See that tan Sundance? This dog's Little May brother. That's AAA. David Tam bought Sundance. Somebody who's gonna use it. All of a sudden, Sundance disappeared and AAA popped up. Red Devil. Heartbreak. There he is. It all plays a big part. Because those ain't yellow dogs. The traits and the way these dogs are bred up, when you start playing with them and looking at them, and all falling, I always say go after Tater, because Tater is the key. Tater gonna keep everybody honest. One thing about that Pedigree and them lines of dog, he keeps everybody honest. And we see a lot of macho buck stuff. We see a lot of those dogs. You know, are they still as strong as these dogs were back then? I mean, I'm seeing some good ones, but I see a lot of it being watered down. You can't add but so much water to something before you start thinning it out too much. But one thing you got in your favor, this is a very strong and consistent line of dogs. Like we speak on them. We speak on this, not this. Look, we went different ways. Remember, it's a whole new setup. Now we got the Undertaker, the Gaston dogs involved. The Ratliff dogs involved. You know, that's a whole Mayday line set up right there in itself, right there. And just Miss Linky. With the Jocko cross and the Rare Boy cross with the Patrick cross, is the same thing that created all those other dogs, from Mayday to Macho Buck, all the way down to Yellow Buck, Miss Nico, and all those great dogs. You know what I'm saying? Nico Jr., Nico. They all got that same cross, and when you add Jeep, it don't do nothing but do better. You know, we talk about the Boyles, now we're talking about the Buck. One of the more consistent, I hate to say that for the Boyles lovers, but Boyles got Patrick in them too. Don't forget, we talks about that. All right? So let's talk about the things that we've seen tonight. First of all, we'll deal with the poll. We did discuss the poll. You know, the numbers, I don't know what the numbers are now, but we know y'all not being fair giving them 2 generations. The game, we offered more. If we was to pull up Boudreaux dogs, you'll see a whole generation of nothing but Boudreaux, and a winner in none of those. Tonight we was the point, and I'm surprised that nobody bring that to the attention. No, I mean, we know what the Boudreaux dogs look like back there. You know, a lot of them. But they still created great dogs. We can do that to Earl Tudor. We can do that to Don Mayfield. You know, we could do that to Kingfish. Remember, this dude did a whole bunch of generations before they got to Kingfish, and Lord have mercy, look what happened. But you got to give it a chance if you're doing. There was a chemistry to every one of those moves that worked beyond the 2. I say give it at least 4. If I got 4 generations and I can't put a champion up there, I can't put a one-time or something up there, I ain't got nothing to look forward to going into the 5th. I mean, I got to take this one up here and take it down here and breed to something. So that's whatever's coming up with that something is going to be up here. So that means from the 1st to the 4th, you see what I'm saying? All the way is trash. If we can't get something out of this by 5. I mean, it's got to be something real special. Remember we talked about the Satan. Old Boots. No, Daddy gave up on Boots, it would have never been no Satan. And all the dogs that came out of that, when it started blowing, it started really flourishing. Because there was something that was added to it that was necessary, and that was sustainability. Something that Jeep brings to the table. Consistency, something that Jeep brings to the table. They had the right bulldogs, but man, give me some shit that is sitting up there at the top. So I know where my consistency is. I know where to find my consistency. Dogs that I'm talking about are part of that consistency family. A lot of these new dogs, they new with some old things in them, but they have not shown their consistency to the great ones yet. The great ones are still carrying the globe. They're trying to find all kinds of different ways of doing it. I mean, we have already started incorporating and reaching for dogs like DSK dogs, you know what I mean? El Negro, those kind of dogs. We need those killers. If we can add those killers to those consistent lives of the Apache dogs, whether y'all want to hear or not, yellow dogs and Jeep dogs, because they are the top bangers when it comes to consistency. When it comes to consistency in a line of dogs and not being dependent on one particular dog to get that consistency, as long as they're winning dogs. Those dogs still stand strong on the top of the registered merit list. Only one I haven't spoke on and went over with yet is still Frisco and Chinaman. You know, a lot of the dogs was, you know, over the country, and, you know, that's like, we can't give him a pass, and we won't give Chico a pass for his fake ass shit that was going on over there. You know, we can give Chico a pass, and I'm not going to give Tom a pass for the abuse he did with the Frisco dogs. Now, I don't know how he made up with Jack with that shit, but it was a point in a time that the game had to be changed, you know, when it came down to those out of the country type dogs. You know, it seemed like there was an agenda there. But nevertheless, you know, they have surpassed their time here in our own country, though. There's good Gardner dogs out there, and Mr. Gardner's starting to turn into a Mr. Boyles, you know. okay? Because a gardener dog can be a red boy dog now. A gardener dog can be a Cunningham dog now. There's just so many different ways that those lines are going that, you know, consistency is playing a big part. And some of these great kennels like Pit Island are able to manipulate that consistency with their own line and being able to maintain it. And the only reason I'm seeing it being maintained, you know, is through winning. You know, they're winning with a winning history. They're taking winning dogs and they're breeding them, even though they're tagging their names on them. And that's a major part of consistency. Today we covered the buck dogs. Hope a lot of you guys understood it. Hope you guys enjoyed it. You know, another point to be made, pay attention to what you're doing. For those who's out here trying to buy dogs, pay attention. Start saving some of your money because it's only a dream and a hope when you spend that money. It's nothing guaranteed. And if you can understand it like I'm understanding it, the way I see it, then I'll be a little bit more picky on what you're buying. And that's just coming from somebody with experience who has bred his own shit. And if I was breeding outside the yard, what I was breeding for. And I would have to tell a lot of you guys, y'all need to slow down because, you know, these ain't guys that are old. These guys are the new, so everything you do, you need to be a real warrior on because you don't know what you're getting into and you'll find yourself can't seem to get over the hump. Now, you might get past the hump because a lot of things have changed. And a lot of people can get away with a lot of things, but they're only cheating the real. And most of the time, it's the real young ones just trying to be and trying to do it and want to be part of it, at least a taste of it. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, while we're on that subject right there, you know, I've been watching the Shark Tank and everything, and I want you fellas to understand, if we started doing this back in 1993, you add 20 years to that. Mo has shown you pretty much all the dogs that we use, and we have been in, got out, and came back in. Those are generations and years of breeding. Imagine that, 20 years. One kennel, still been able to maintain that. So I don't think it should be no excuses when we start talking about pedigrees because the color changed. Remember, the paper don't make the dog. Dog make the papers. And we got to keep that part in mind because years don't make a damn bit of difference if you're doing the right thing with the dog.
Years of what, though?
Exactly. Throwing them a bunch of together, and you can't tell the quality of the dog because everything you show them always got a color in it, but that matters to us. Over the 20 years of dealing with
20 years, you better be doing some winning. Or we'd be a dead pedigree in this one because it's not, I mean, I'm not showing you 20 years of pedigree that work. I haven't showed y'all a 20-year pedigree that don't work. But I'm telling you guys, based on what I am seeing coming into 2023, y'all have some great pedigrees going back there around the 3rd and the 4th and look even better around the 5th and the 6th, and y'all know it. A lot of these dogs y'all out there selling don't have anything in the 1st and the 2nd. They look pretty around the 3rd and the 4th, and I would have to say lucky in the 3rd. I know that much. And the ones that selling them are definitely part of those ones in the 1st and the 2nd. Even if they might be coming off a whatever in the 2nd, you know what I'm saying? That 1st, there's a whole lot more on that 1st generation's a dog that ain't won. And wouldn't be surprised, like y'all said that too. Y'all said too. The poll said too, but come on. I don't know what y'all was thinking with that. That's just totally unfair because a lot of y'all can look at a lot of y'all papers. You're not going to see that. I mean, every one of y'all, based on what y'all saying, And y'all pedigrees, y'all need to have a champion, at least a champion, y'all second generation. Before y'all ready to get rid of it. Now we even give the first a chance. Because you got the dog itself, then the first, then the second. Now if y'all ain't got nothing between that dog up there, then that first and second is a dud. Don't forget that. All these puppies you selling, don't forget that puppy up there in somebody else's hands. If that puppy turned into trash, that means that first and second, if it was nothing there, then y'all already done. That means that man wasted his money messing with you. That's what you're saying. You're only going 2 generations. That means every puppy you sell, if it ain't coming off a champion, you're in trouble. If the second generation don't have a champion in it, you're in trouble. Back, remember, hypothetically thinking, now just look at it the way it is. And some of you guys will pick up your papers and say, whoa. You know, the first thing you want to come out your mind is, can I throw that common twin man out? I don't remember that shit. I don't remember nothing you just said. Because you don't want to think about it, because that's not how the game was built on. And it's not going to get too far being built on, you know, paper selling puppies. And that's why we're breaking these things down and show you that when I say formula, oh, there's a formula, and if it continues being a formula, you might be able to manipulate the formula with dogs just to sell and look pretty. But you do that, you're the one hurting the game, because each generation that you out there and sell that dog, and that dog don't do shit, it just makes your line of dogs trashy even more, because you sold so many of them damn dogs out there that didn't nobody get to do nothing. And then somebody got out of it was you getting the money. Dogs, they gonna die out anyway, as long as you got yours, right? So people spending your money, you better be thinking about that. No. You know, I hope y'all liked the show. I hope you understood. You know, I got a little technical, because we was talking about buck and situations that are leading up to, are y'all really knowing these things? Have y'all really sat down and studied those things? Did you see there's a combination of a formula that don't just necessarily mean a particular dog, just genetic plays such a big part and reflect? You know, that was a point that I've been pointing out, and I basically point that out in all pedigrees that we go through, especially when I talk about them top ones. Now, everybody want to throw your shit out there, but as long as I'm dealing with them top ones, I don't care about that shit on the bottom, because I can guarantee the quality, as long as it stays to the top, will continue being at the top.
Poll wound up tonight. For the poll, we had 234 votes.
Mm-hmm.
How many generations should you go with? No success for you change up on the American Pit Bull breeding program. We had 71% at 2 generations, 21% at 3 generations, 7% at 4 generations, and 1% at 5 generations. Appreciate everybody taking the poll. Appreciate the love.
Thank you. Thank you. Remember what I said? At 2, you guys can't be giving your line a chance. And at 2, I can guarantee you, y'all to bring y'all pedigrees out here and let me see them. I guarantee there's a lot of y'all be up there who don't want to show them because of that too. But I guarantee you still a lot of y'all got them 2 on your yard. You know it. Don't forget, 2 means here and here. Can't have a champion here. You know, you got to be right here. That means that puppy got to be something now. If that puppy don't turn out the one you bought, you got a champion here, that just moved him back to the 3rd. Now you got your puppy that you spent your money on. What you gonna do when you go into breeding or something? Because you're already one down. That means the puppy that this puppy have goes up here. He can't afford to be trash. So you have to blame everything back 3 generations ago with that puppy you bought. So pay attention to that. you do play a major part in that count. Don't exclude the dog that you feed, because he's part of that count. As soon as you breed that dog, you just became the first generation. Whatever was sitting back there in the first generation, they got moved to the second and the third. You might as well stop right there and go ahead and get rid of him. You just said 71% of y'all say y'all ain't keeping it. Don't even need to give him a chance. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't even breed him. I'd go ahead and try to get my money back and sell him, because if you can't take that dog and breed him to something, and this puppy right here, bump him back where you dead on that, and it only looked good for about a generation or two because your dogs ain't doing nothing. You know, it works good for a minute as long as the person who's generating the hype continue to fool y'all with the hype. I think there's too much money being spent on dogs out here, and they're being spent all on the for the wrong reason. As long as we continue doing that, then yes, the quality of these dogs are gonna go to shit. You know, everybody's gonna have nice built, pretty looking dogs, and they're gonna have real nice pedigrees. But you know, I don't call them pets, I call them pets. I'm gonna leave it right there, because pets didn't make the American game dog. Bottom line, you can have a good pet bred and looking just like the great. That does not put him in the category of the great. Might make you some money, but it's not going to save the game, because you're never going to become relevant or factor in it, because you were trying to manipulate and really mislead the genetics for money. Cool.
All right, fellas, check it out. It's about that time of the show. I need y'all to like the show and like the content of the show. Please do me a favor. I need to get them thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up.
Give them better more than a chance, y'all. Thumbs up.
Thumbs up. Muscles. Muscles. I need them damn muscles. Roses. Roses. Fellas, give your damn self some roses. All right, Shark Tank, you know I was checking out what was going on tonight. I appreciate it. Keep doing what y'all doing. I told I couldn't get to all the pedigrees. We just got out there and got a couple of them just to give you a major idea of what we was trying to get a point across tonight about what it's supposed to look like when you talk about 1 and 2 generations, 3 and 4 generations. And then again, as you notice on the Tater Dog, we talk very little about Buck. Because you got to stop and look at the Tater Dog, because you got Buck, Dolly, and Polly. Come on now, look at the different ways that changed the game. Look at all the different pedigrees he ran through. None of the pedigrees seem to look different. They all seem to be consistent with the color, POR, ROM, Grand Champions, and Champions. That's what we working with, gentlemen. That's what we working with. Now, if that little statement right there made you change your mind, I want to give some more thumbs up, thumbs up. Couple more muscles. Give me some damn thumbs up, thumbs up. Some more muscles and a whole lot of damn roses.
Oh yeah. The fact of the matter. Gotta keep it going, keep it going. That's it. Gotta keep it going. Yeah. Thank you, fellas. Thank you. I hope all y'all doing that extra stuff for me, so y'all can tell me y'all heard me, y'all caught my point, and y'all see what I was talking about. You know, remember, these videos is for viewers later on in the future, you know, and they go down through there, and imagine y'all 20 years from now, and it won't even matter. There won't even be a such thing as a consistency if we continue going on and moving forward like it is, because it's becoming a money market, and anytime it becomes a money market, it becomes a problem to the law. I mean, y'all guys don't have no respect for each other over these damn dogs, and right in front of the face of the people who's looking in the place that they want to come see you. And that's right here, out here on the internet. I mean, all beefs are handled on the internet, cussing each other out, calling weights, and I mean, I feel sorry for the game. I mean, y'all talk tougher than your dogs do. Let the dogs do the talking. All this back and forth, and it just leads to childish conversation when it's something that these dogs are bigger than that, and them as warriors need to be respected better than that. And some of you guys, I'm speaking out of the past and still going on the hypothetical thinking. If I was hypothetically in the now, right now, I wouldn't even be talking to half of y'all because the agenda's not there, you know? For somebody to have to talk to me or want to talk to me, you gotta have the love of the dogs. I mean, you can say you love them, but what do you love about them? Because I love warriors. I'm a Marine. I was trained as a pit bull, you know, and what they did as far as with me, if they scratched me and I lost, then that could have meant death or freedom getting captured. And that's how I look at my yard. It's my responsibility to prepare. I got to make sure that I don't want the norm. I don't even want the average, because I come from a line of dogs that was few and the proud. And I carried that mentality into my little warriors. And it was my responsibility to make sure they're taken care of and they're happy and they will die for me. I can call on them and look for the powers to be. Like I would do this country if I was out there fighting for this country, knowing this country don't even like me. But because of my title, it doesn't even matter. The fact that I carried the title. And that's how I feel about my soldiers. Win or lose, they got that title going hard. And the mentality of a going hard dog. And going hard dog is the going hard dog in me. I share that with y'all as I share everything else with y'all to say what's so passionate and means so much to me. Since there's so many great ones that's going to fall into the times of history that will be forgotten. This, to me, is a lot more important than the same very old guys that we seem to still love today. There was just so much that we're missing, and I'm trying to break it down and show you that I didn't one time say Mayfield or Tudor or Fitzwater. I didn't say not one time did I say them that. I moved the timeline up a little. Notice that. I moved it up. We didn't go back that deep. Okay? So I hope y'all enjoyed it. Who's my dog today?
All right, fellas. As you know, tonight's show was Talk Shit Tuesday, and I'm pretty sure, you know, Mo talked a lot of shit. But one thing I want y'all to know, you know, as he be talking, and he gets in depth with certain things, I need y'all to really feel the passion, you know what I mean, that comes with what he's trying to tell y'all. It's not just trying to tell you, but he's trying to tell you with a true passion of understanding why. It's giving you the answer to that why. If you don't know why he was thinking like that, then stop and then just look at the passion that's coming with what he's saying. You see, they'll go hand in hand. The why is going to be covered with the passion and the love of what he's doing and what he expects out of what he does. and he's looking for that return. Anything falls short of that return is a failure to us. You know, failing is not in our record book. We're supposed to succeed far more than we fail, especially when you're putting all that damn work into it. Yep. Working hard, done your research, put in the work, take care of it. You see the passion and what it takes to be able to do that and to fail at it? And y'all said 2 generations?
2 generations?
2? Oh my God. I did tell you Poe was always out there for a temperature check. You know?
71% of y'all, that's not giving a dog a line of chance, and I don't
understand that. I mean, but again, that's why we do this. Because we have to get in there and understand the reasoning of what that means. You know, look how many dogs would not be existent to this day if they gave up on them in 2 generations. It wouldn't be none.
There are a bunch of great ones. You'd be spending top dollar, but at least you'd be getting some good shit.
Yeah.
But at 2, you ain't giving them a chance.
Giving them a chance, fellas.
If y'all ain't breeding the champions and grand champions and making this kind of breeding, but that's the only way you're gonna get them. If you ain't had one yourself, if you're trying to get one, then it would be wise for you to believe in that. Right, if you're breeding 2 generations, you should have been the one breeding to the champion if you didn't have one on your yard. So the fault comes up on y'all, not the dog. Right. First of all, I wouldn't buy a dog that's on the brink of. If you feeling like 71% of y'all feeling like that, then y'all shouldn't be having a dog that's got 2 generations and not a winner in it. Not at all.
You're gonna turn around and take the chance and create a 3rd generation?
You have to take your dog and literally go breed your champion and fix it.
And you better get something. Because whatever you produce, guess what?
It got saved by the daddy being a champion. So you better make sure you do it smart. See, that's one thing you gotta understand. You gotta, if you're listening to me and you're paying attention to what I'm trying to teach you, you can make some young moves but have comeback. If you don't put yourself in a situation where you got to do the testing, then you're gonna waste a lot of money going nowhere. And you're gonna be ripping off a lot of people who's gonna probably end up talking about you because everybody was buying your shit and wasn't getting shit. You know, how many people is really getting tired of all these Chico dogs and all this Chico stuff, and he's been died out, right? Because nobody's getting shit out of him. Yeah, they talking the shit about their pedigree. Oh, I got this pretty Danny and pedigree, but that's all. He pops up in a lot of pedigrees because he's not the fact that it's the dog. It was the promoting and selling and not really thinking about the game and what he was doing to the game. He was just trying to sell a bunch of bullshit to y'all. And got over it, got it all. You know? And I see, you know, is that happening today? I can't say.
Oh, but one thing I can say about today, there's still some good dogs out there.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, shout out to those boys. That's all I can say, shout out to them boys. Show me love. You know what I mean? We ain't got to talk about it out here. Y'all know who y'all is. You know what's up, baby. I'm DMXing up in here. You know I'm right along with you on that one, so shout out to all those guys. Like I said, it's far and few, but they still there. It can only be one, but that one could be many one. You know what I mean? It could be many one. That's what it comes in this world. We need our warriors. We need our respect. We need our loyalty to get back what so much has been lost.
Yes, sir. There's hope. There's hope.
Yeah, and again, man. Nice bread, good winning. I got champions I can breed to, and I ain't got to be worried about them being fake either.
Yeah.
I got something for my little bitches on the chopping block. You know what I mean? Got to go far to look far. But just know that the game is not out here to be told. You know what I mean? It's not even out here to be sold. Not that game. It's out here not to even be talked about.
Let's leave it like that.
Right, use the history and hypothetical thinking and enjoy yourself. But the future's not out here. It's not out here. So stop looking for it. Stop trying to be something that doesn't mean nothing where it really count at. You get down there with that shit thinking you something, and we'll be sitting down there. We got our Shark Tank. It's constantly trying to groom your ass to understand that. Because in the dark world, you don't want to play. We're safe. You know what I mean? And that's with hypothetically thinking and feeling and my hypothetical opinion on what I see. You know what I mean? Thereby disclaimer, be the disclaimer, and let's stay safe.
That's right. Live and stay safe. Work off the disclaimer and just leave it at that, okay?
Leave it like that.
You know, that is going to cut down on a whole lot of this back and forth and people being, you know,
I mean,
aggravated about what another person
say about their yard.
Right. Come on, man.
Come on.
It's not that serious, fellas. You get that serious, I'll see you in the basement.
Right.
Cut all that out.
Right. Somebody gonna get on here and say I lost to him. Or somebody gonna go on there and say it was a good one, but I lost. I mean, where's that kind of conversation? All hats off, all due respect. Okay, that's how that goes. All this other shit out here, man, all y'all super nat. That's what I call super nat.
Then you just got them automatic trollers.
Right, you got the guys out here that just want to troll y'all, just get aggravated, because they ain't got no business out here with that shit anyway. So y'all get trolled out here, y'all, that's y'all fault.
Because why in the world would you let it bother you?
Right.
It don't bother you. Ain't supposed to.
You don't like nobody talking about your shit, don't put it on Facebook. Keep it off, it ain't got no business there anyway. You trying to be something. You trying to hold a champion in your hand, you want to know what it feels like to hold a wine, or you want to know what it feels like to have a ROM, then guess what? Put this Facebook and all this other internet shit down and go back and look at these old dog men and just smoke a joint and kick your head back and just think you are them so you can get the feel of it. And enjoy that if you don't do nothing else. You know what I'm saying? You might not ever get it. But if you just sit back and appreciate it, knowing you want it that bad, savor what I've been telling you about having it. Just get, you just think about it. I did it and got there. And I can tell you, it's a different feeling to be able to hold a dog after feeding so many dogs and to be able to sit there and say, I've had that opportunity to hold a great dog. Couple of them. Yeah. I never had a grand champion. Very close to having one. If I had time next, and I definitely followed Satan. So, being that, me and him were together, I rolled with him to the bank.
He was very cool and twisted too, though.
Yeah, and Deep South, shout out to y'all. Shout out to my boys up there in Deep South. I had a hell of a nice run with them. They made a lot of things possible for me. Shout out to Jesse, Stone City, Mike from Hardcore. Give me an opportunity to hang out there with y'all. Gave me an opportunity to do some mighty good things in my life with y'all. Shout out to my Abrahams, all my Detroit fans, brothers, and my Ohio boys. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about, blood sports. Shut them down, Dodge City. I hate it. I don't want to forget too many there, y'all. My boy Catfish, B-Quest Kennels, Mama. You know what I'm saying?
What was that Bobby saying?
Oh, that's Bloodsport. My boy Bloodsport. All these guys, man, look, thank you for letting me be me and making me what I was. I had to know real around me. There's no way they're going to let me go fake. You know what I'm saying? That's what I love about it. Wherever I went, I had enough real around me. It would never let me be a fake. You know what I'm saying? All I wanted to do was be like them. That's why I could never be a fake, because I wanted to be like them, and there was nothing fake about them. You understand what I'm saying? So I thank you for all that, fellas. I love all of y'all. Thanks for you, the podcast. 7A Sports. Love y'all. Y'all know y'all my big brothers. I only go down there to Pleasant Bay. What's up, baby boy? You know what I love about you, man? Let me tell you what I love about you. You respect the game. When you got somebody that respect the game, that means you're loyal to the game, because nowhere in the world can you respect me and I'll be anything but loyal to you. See, that's the key to that. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to always be loyal to y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Why waste our time and not be?
That's the point. We might not get on eye to eye on shit, but it really does start with respect and loyalty. And that, man, you have shown that, because I do have those years. I do have that experience. You know, it's no need to go toe-to-toe. You know, you're not proving no point. Leave that for those out there who wants to hate. We have no business doing it, because I've done too much time, and I don't have to prove a point out here. You know what I mean? Just leave it where it's at in the past and be happy, man, because I'm proud of you too, man. You know, keep your shit right, man. Now your shit's not, you know, you're doing real good, man. Hold it where you got it. Keep it where you kept it, man, because that's what brought me to you. Don't let them people change you, bro. Don't let them change you.
Shout out to my man Triple J.
Triple J, same thing with y'all. I got Samurai, I got Hellcat. Love you guys, man. You know, y'all always got me. You know, I'm gonna tell y'all too. Y'all the ones that grabbed me a mile. You know what I'm saying? And I grab my phone and I go take me one of them good shits after I get done eating dinner, just to sit there and watch y'all show. You know, y'all ain't running a long show like me. You know what I'm saying? Y'all running them little short, quick videos. It gives me a chance to hurry up, I got to the bathroom. I'm doing something, I'm shitting, you know what I'm saying?
30-minute weekend.
Yeah, and enjoy y'all videos, so y'all keep that shit up, keep their information up. You know what I mean? Bob, you know what I'm saying, B-boy. Good looking out, man. Graham, good looking out, look. They call and check on us all the time. They don't want to know nothing about the dog. They just call and look at them, checking on my boys. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate that, bro. I mean, one thing about outside of the dogs, they really care about us, the people. You know, and that means a lot. So, you know, I'm going to defend. Like I defend this country, I defend them. And if y'all don't understand that, I don't care. Because it's my house. All right, y'all in it, but if y'all can't be with it, then get out of it. I'm gonna respect that for the rest of my life. Cause it's due, that's how the game works. Y'all, if y'all don't know that, learn that.
Might be better off.
Yeah.
Don't have all the bickering and the fussing and the talking to Jack.
Right, we in here to talk, dog. We don't wanna hear all that clown ass shit. Come on now. Love us all. We all didn't put our necks out there. We all sharing and enjoying. You know, this all it's about is entertainment anyway. So come on, y'all. Leave the trolls under the bridge. And that's why they always hang under the bridge, because when that flood comes through, they always get easily washed away. You know, and I'm telling you, I'm a tidal wave. Me and this dude right here, we built for that. We are. We Marines. We are built for that. You can never get it all. Not when you're in my house. Don't point your guns over here and ours won't come at you, because we don't play. One thing about it, when you got a platform, you can do that. Now, we got a Shark Tank, man, when we cut loose on somebody, they would really, come on y'all, imagine that. Imagine somebody really come up in here and try to disturb it. Really, I mean, really try to be strong about it in this room here. I mean, even wanting to be an issue about whatever. You know what I mean? That's when it's fun.
Yeah, because then you got the people in the Shark Tank eating, and then you got us right here.
And I'm clowning.
We gonna clown.
We gonna clown. There ain't gonna be no monetary shit for that day. You know, we've done it before. So ain't nobody, how's somebody gonna be 6-0 and you ain't, you know, we undefeated. You know, I had to make this remark because if you continuously bringing out my name, you know, when he changed to 6-0 to 2-4, you know what I'm saying? And understand where them losses come from and respect that, and don't ever try it again, then maybe I'll pick up and respond to your emails and your phone calls. You know what I'm saying? You don't turn on me and think I'm cool. That's where you made that mistake, because it's the kind of person you're dealing with. So I'm really not going to be calling anybody who has disrespected me in a type of way that, you know, I don't have nothing to say to you. You can go out there and take that, and you can start this chaos while you're trying to get in and get kicked right back the hell up. Then you hired me. You know, I have to reply to that. You know, then she hired me. And what I do, fire you or fire on you? So, you know, I don't like my name being bounced out around there because it's a respectful thing. I haven't been bouncing yours. So I'll be glad as hell, because me and you can't communicate because you're not good for me. So, you know, and I respect you, and I wish you the best. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, it's not my type of crowd that I want to be involved with. You know, until things change. And when people change, then I'll change. Until then, you know,
We're gonna be like
we want to be, gonna do what we want to do. If we ain't bothering you, better not bother me. And I'm telling you just like that. And I'm gonna keep it real. Like, you think you're trying to keep it real, I will put it in your face and we can start this shit all over again. Cause I don't care. Just leave me alone and I will leave you alone.
Well, that kind of took care of that Talk Shit Tuesday thing right there. You know what I mean? We're going to start the week off right. We're going to be seeing y'all party for Hot My Friday. Y'all know what's up. Again, I hope y'all enjoyed the show. But one thing I hope y'all get out of this night's show is understand and completely understand why we push so hard to keep y'all doing what? Always. And I mean, always. Subscribe. We back.
Did it go on, Mike?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Y'all get a night, Mo.
Dog of the night right here. Yeah, y'all see what that's that tater. That ain't Buck. That ain't Macho Buck. That ain't Buck Rogers. That ain't none of yours. The only one and only
Patrick Taylor.
don't got no registered med under his name. He ain't got no champion. But that dog right there played a major factor. He made Dog of the Night tonight. Come on! I hope this shit make guys better breeders, and not better breeders, better observers about what they buy or what they breed. You know what I'm saying, man?
Yeah, man.
Educational.
I know that, like, I'm in my studio, man. You know,
When he talked about the mic,
yeah, so like, fix the amp. You talk about the amp, because you know the amp has got a lot to do with it.
the shit's back down. Remember, look how low it is. It didn't
They had no problem. They had no problem with the mic. I think, you know, when we hear that big boom, it don't process fast. You know what I mean? Look at how I'm sitting right there, Mike. Yeah, you can definitely hear it good. Yeah. Maybe even show that around out. If I know it did when I looked over it. It didn't go up long enough. Shout out to my man, Mr. Gregory Powell in the house. I see you, fam. My man Barry Taylor, I see you, fam. BB Buckshot, what up, fam? I see you, fam. man, Lloyd Taylor, what up, fam? My man, Ethan Brown, what's up, fam? Appreciate you coming out tonight, fam. My man, Ron King, what up, fam? My man, Dirk the Velvet, what up, fam? My man, Blood, in the house. What's up, fam? My man, Flight 517, what up, fam? The Jungle Kings in the house. Welcome to the show, fam. That's the dog man at USA. What up, fam? Welcome to the show. My man, Eduardo Venezuela, what's up, fam?
Eduardo, what's up, baby?
Rock City, what up, fam?
Okay. Right, what's up, baby? What's up, fam?
My man, welcome down, Ram. Big Stepper, what up, Big Rock?
Ross the man. I forgot you, Big Ross. Mr. Garcia. I kind of threw y'all in there on the panel, man. But you know what? Individually, love y'all.
My man, Ghost 850 for coming in with the 10-piece. Appreciate the love, fam.
They be on the 10-piece stickers up in there.
Yeah. Get peace out, myself. Appreciate the love, Ghost 850. Y'all just know when people do that stuff, man, they doing it from the heart, man.
Yeah, big shout out to Mr. Morris. Big shout out to Mr. Morris.
My man, Davey Johnson, I see you, fam.
Hey man, you might call the brother named YB in there. YB!
Yeah, YB's in there.
Yeah, YB, what's up, baby? What's up, baby? I told you I was gonna catch you in there. Yeah, I hear you, baby. You know what I'm saying? I checked on it. I wasn't gonna let you get away, baby boy.
My man, Marquise B, what up, fam? Homer Rubber City in the house, what up, fam?
Homie. Hey, YB, I told you to take the show out tonight, man. You know I'm gonna quiz you tomorrow. I want you to do your studying now. I'm gonna quiz you. You know when you call me, I'm gonna quiz you.
My man, Uncle Willie Kennels in the house, what's up, fam?
What's up, huh?
Yo, what up, fam? Oh, what you got, man? Yo, what up, chat? You, fam? man, CM Maverick, I see you, fam. What's up, fam? to my man Frederick Hosbach. Yo, Frederick, the name of the movie is One Way In, No Way Out. The name of the movie my cousin in is One Way In, No Way Out. Hope you still out there, fam. I just seen the message. Sorry about it. Took too long. I had to go grab me something to eat, fam. Shout out to everybody who came out to hang out with us on this Talk Shit Tuesday. I know it's a weekday. You know how that is. But hell, why not get it out the way early, fam? Appreciate everybody who showed up. Appreciate everybody who chipped in on the super chat. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. If you haven't already, subscribe. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Remember, every Tuesday and Friday night to 8 p.m. It's on and popping, baby. It's on and popping. Ask everyone. Don't forget, as you notice running at the bottom of the screen, all the information as far as the cash out. Somebody, you don't deal with the super stickers and stuff, hey, you can always just run over to the cash app and run to the ticker at the bottom of the screen. Big shout out to all my doggers and dogettes. Y'all keep on bulldogging. S2W, baby, S2W till I die. Yeah. Give a special shout out to everybody who participated in the poll. Appreciate you guys taking time out to do that for us. Really give us an insight on what's going on. So every chance you get, chance to participate in the poll. So I would appreciate that you do. Because it helps us do what we do. Give us a little bit more to talk about. Appreciate the love. Now you know this ain't the weekend. And I know my clock says 1 o'clock. Hold on. Stop, Mike. You know them parking lights. The parking lot lights don't start flashing, fellas. I'm telling you now. I'm telling you now. I don't know where you're going, but I know you're getting the hell up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Again, appreciate everybody who came out, hung out with us on this Tuesday night. Don't forget, we'll be back for Hot Mic Friday. I know it's the beginning of the week, so I know, you know, we're coming up on that hump day. Need everybody to stay safe. Don't forget, show a bit of love. A lot of that needed in the world today. Lord say, you know, they say if you give from your heart, it'll always come back 10 times fold. So that's gonna be my thing for tonight. My little thought to leave everybody with. Reach out and help somebody. And put that to the test and see if it comes back. It don't hurt to try it. Hell, what you got to lose. But you have so much to gain. So as me leaving that as a note, I'm gonna rock out with y'all so we can get out of here. I gotta get up in the morning. I got things to do. Don't forget to hit that like button. Everybody stay safe. See you Friday for Hot Mic Friday. Until then, I'm out. Deuces. Peace.